before getting Me Too'd. And after.
You know what? I talked to your mayor.
Hey, we love that umbrella guy. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Now I know that this is a weird time for me to pop up. In fact, well, it's kind of a crazy one. But you know what? I wanted to tell you about a little story. I wanted to tell you about how somebody managed to get themselves banned from the courtroom. That's right. One Eve Barlow. Now, what if I were to tell you that Eve Barlow went and gave a device to Amber Heard's team, managed to give them a phone. After that, they were supplied with evidence on said phone, and that evidence that ended up getting somebody removed from the court, kicked off of a case. What if I were to tell you that that evidence was fake? What if I were to tell you that then afterwards there was proof of said fakery, and fakery was presented to the judge, and the judge said, yeah, you know what? You're out. You're crazy times, huh? Oh, I told you, man. Well, yeah, that umbrella guy has proof of that. That umbrella guy has screenshots of what exactly was faked. That umbrella guy also, on top of that, has, we just have so much. Oh, God. Today is a crazy day. I cannot believe that these folks, they did what they did. I cannot believe that they thought they would get away with this. And They managed to get themselves kicked out of the courtroom because of it. Like I said, I've got proof of it. We were wondering what exactly got Gina Deuters kicked out of the courtroom the other day. Doctored evidence. Now, it's Gina Deuters' fault that she agreed to go along with the statement there. This happened live, by the way. It 100% happened live. You saw her get kicked out of the court. But what's crazy about it, like I said, is the fact that she probably didn't know what the heck was going on. I mean, if you were confronted in the courtroom and told, I'm going to pull up the footage of what happened. Now, I'm going to challenge people too. If you're out there and you actually saw the handoff of the phone to the lawyer, I want you to get me a screenshot of that. I need a screenshot of that. I'm asking for a purpose. So it happened, though, because I have a source in the courtroom that saw it happen. So I need, like I said, a screenshot of that, though. If you can provide one, I will be forever in your... I will hug and I will kiss and I will love you forever. No, I'm going to show you this stuff. I'm loading everything in right now because we're doing this so impromptu. But like I said, I have the screenshots. I'm going to read you from a document that's in there. Yeah, so I'm sure you heard the other day this. I'm sure you heard that you had Eve Barlow get kicked out of the courtroom. Well, you look at the motion here too. You can tell it went before that. Well, let me read you a few pages for something. In the document that talks about this stuff too. Here's a little disclosure. Apparently, she is indeed. We talk about this. We kind of laugh about it. We joke and everything. But apparently, she is Amber Heard's girlfriend. So that's that is 100% true. She is definitely Amber Heard's girlfriend. That is spelled out in a document. She's been called that as well. But on top of that, when you think about it, that's a good reason for her to go out and do damage control. I mean, if you really think, why would somebody go to the levels that Eve Barlow has gone to? Why would they want to get themselves in trouble? Well, it makes more sense when you start thinking about it in terms of a relationship, now doesn't it? I mean, if I were thinking about this, like when I looked at it at first, somebody that's doing damage control for you, I mean, that's one thing. That's give me 1 second. I'm making sure I have this document all pulled up. I know it's taking me a minute there. What's crazy too is I wanted to cover this, and I wanted to talk about it but YouTube is not letting me talk about things. They are making it hard as hell to talk about anything live. Like, I made a video on this. I was going to talk about it, and guess what? YouTube throttled it. YouTube absolutely throttled the fucking thing. So, talking about this, I'm sure some people get to talk about it, but apparently yours truly, everything that I put out right now is being throttled because these people are mass reporting. They're trying to cause every problem under the sun, and it's crazy. I mean, I had this stuff uploaded, but here's your screenshot from what was produced. Okay, this is what got Gina Deuters kicked out of the courtroom. I'm pulling you guys up too. I don't have I apologize. Like I said, I've been trying to sip everything while I'm talking. But this is the screenshot that ended up getting Gina Deuters kicked out of the courtroom. When you look at it, it looks kind of bad, doesn't it? I mean, it looks like she's talking about this court case, and that's exactly what a judge would think. A judge is not used to vetting evidence. If somebody interrupts a court proceeding and they bring it in, you would think that they're going to tell the truth, right? I mean, that would 100% be what you would think, right? I mean, honestly, that's what I would think anyway. Well, apparently the judge didn't proof what went on. Apparently, they decided that they would listen to her side of it, and listen to this stuff here. So Gina Deuters, she's posted, Everyone has their battles, some more public than others. Our dear friend got a few wins in court this week, and yet some press continue to belittle him as quote-unquote desperate in his plight. You know what? When a sociopathic show pony attempts to destroy your life and the whole world cheers her on, you could argue that things do get desperate. So instead of a misleading adjective, I would like to highlight perseverance, since by no means has he lost the will of the truth. Now, again, this is what was presented to the judge on a phone that was supplied by Eve Barlow. So it has been proved from his ex-wife has consistently lied, more recently under oath, for donating her entire divorce proceedings to kids' charity, perjury, her ridiculous statements. Again, you see how that comes up. Here's the problem, though. You notice the date on this. The date was redacted from it. You notice the actual date that that statement was made. Give me 1 second. This is crazy. Look at that date there, though. I'm in the middle of. There's only one of me. Normally, a news network or something. You know, they have they have multiple people that help with all of the coverage and on. I have one person. So as this stuff comes in, as I find out more and more, as more pieces flow into this ever-changing puzzle, yeah, I'm catching all of that. I'm catching it live, and I'm catching it as one person. Again, this flowed in, but look at the date here. So this date, and I know this from a fact because I'm going to read to you from a document that was also there, the courtroom proceedings. I'm going to read you some pages out of that sucker. But yeah, if you look at that, I mean, think about how misleading, again, that is for them to go in and to say. It's crazy, isn't it? This is nuts, though. I mean, they do not want this going through. They do not want this this video. I'm messing with a video tagging while we're behind this, trying to see exactly what is keeping that video from being able to go live. And it quite simply, they will not let me, my own story, they will not let me break while this damn thing happened. I mean, that's crazy. Like I said, I've got proof of what transpired. I have proof of it, absolute proof of it, and they're not going to let me talk about it. Like, that's fucked up. Like, that's why I had to go live about it. I'm so irritated. I get so irritated with YouTube about this stuff, because what they try to do is they try to make sure that you can't talk about certain details of something. If I put out a video, for example, that said, Johnny Depp loses big, I can put out everything I want on that all day, every day. I can do that all freaking day. I can make statements about how he loses. How do I know that? Because I've tested the algorithm for it. So I can do that all day, every day. But if you talk about something else, talk about a certain Aquaman starlet, and you're not part of the mainstream media, they absolutely throttle your videos for it. Now, some people haven't gotten that yet, but since I've been covering this for a long time, yep, I absolutely am getting that. And it's crazy. It is absolutely crazy. Because like I said, I'm using the same, what's crazy is I'm using the video itself is not the problem. The tags are the problem. And nobody can find a video online if you don't tag it. So if I tag a video talking about, say, exclusive, why Team Heard was removed. I'm trying that real quick. Why Team Heard was removed from the court. Oh. Say it wasn't real. Look, they'll throttle it. I'm just, like I said, I'm testing it. But anyway, let me show you. Okay, I'm going to show you the other part of this. I'm going to read it to you. I think I'm going to keep it off screen, but I'm going to read you a document here. All right, so I've got to pull that up real quick. And then we're just going to go through a court proceeding. We're going to have fun with it there. Give me 1 second. I've got to pull it up out of my email because I mailed it to myself. Oh, by the way, too, if you have not checked out my my comic book, definitely do. Somebody post that thing for me, too. I've just been in a hurry. Like I said, I'm putting this story together as we move. So as far as proceedings are concerned, listen to this here. All right. So what have we... all right, we got a court reporter. All right, is this your matter? Mr. Chu. Yes, Your Honor, very briefly. Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court. You know, they swear in everybody, so they're going to swear in everybody. They're going to talk about what happened. They approach, they bring up Eve Barlow. Your Honor, we are moving for, Mr. Depp is moving for a permanent exclusion for Eve Barlow from the proceedings. So they want Eve Barlow removed from the court. They want her to be banished from the courtroom forever. Now you can understand. Now Eve Barlow is a distraction in the courtroom anyhow. And really, actually, look at the footage of what happened. And I want you to think about it this way too, because this happened because of fake evidence. So here's the wait. Give me 1 second. All right, so here's the footage. This is from Legal Bites. They had uploaded a clip of this, but I want you to look at the footage of what happened. And think about this from a legal team perspective. You know, you're putting on a trial. You're doing your thing. You have Ben Chu here. You know, he's talking with Gina Deuters. You have Gina Deuters that's testifying. She's actually giving a description. And you can see... Again, apparently from a source in the courtroom, the phone here was handed off. Like I said, I don't have footage of the handoff there, but if it was live, if somebody else does have that, I want to see that. I want to make sure that is definitely pointed out. But yeah, I mean, you see the reaction, and you can see it from Eve Barlow too. Like, look right behind here. So Eve Barlow did this, and you can tell she's happy with herself. She's more than happy with herself. Like, look at that reaction there. And you know, Johnny Depp, look at his reaction to this too. Like, Johnny Depp is like, dude, I'm not going to be able to get a fair trial. There's no way I'm going to get a fair shake in this thing. Look at his reaction. He's like, this is jacked up. Like, look at that. He knows he's not going to get a fair shake in that. You have all of these people, they're swarming around it because, again, they're saying that Gina Deuters has been keeping up with witness testimony outside of the courtroom, which is a huge no-no, by the way. Now, this is Gina Deuters' fault, too, for something else that happens. Gina Deuters says, yes, I was keeping up with that. I was keeping up with the trial. I have been keeping up with it. You know, give me a second. Oh my God, they might actually let a video. See, what I wanted to say at first. Exclusive. Why Team Heard was removed from the court. The proof wasn't real. Now, what I want to do, you know, they will not let you use the word evidence. This is a crazy thing, just to say something about YouTube. YouTube will not let you use the word fake in evidence. They'll let you use fake in proof sometimes, but not fake evidence. So these people faking fucking evidence. You can't talk about that. That drives me nuts. Drives me nuts. That's why when I use certain words, like when you look at my thumbnails and you think, why exactly are you using that thumbnail, that umbrella guy? That's because they censor. This case is so censored. I cannot use, you'll notice in every headline, I never use Amber Heard's full name. I will never use her name in association with Johnny Depp ever in a headline. If you use those two together, if you use the word justice and you have Johnny Depp in the headline, bam, that gets throttled too. Use Amber Heard's whole name. Most of the time, even Yellow Flash posted about this, you get throttled for it. Again and again that happens. But it looks like I'll have a video that'll go live about that. I'm going to call it why Heard's girlfriend got banned just like this with a different picture. But yeah, so I want to read this to you, okay? I apologize for being a little distracted for that too, but it drives me crazy. Like I said, it drives me crazy that you can't talk about proof here. And on top of that, so I allow a mid-roll ad into my my videos, right? It's a setting. Like when you're watching my videos and you get an ad there at a mid-roll, you know, you get it after the beginning or the end. I allow one in. Sometimes when they allow it in, they'll put in like freaking 9 or 10 ad rolls, and you know that destroys your video too. And I have to remember to take those out. If I don't remember to take those out, then well, obviously, like if there's a video and I had 30 ads in it, I'm not going to watch that sucker. So anyway, let me read. Okay, I'm right here with you. I'm with you. Again, I apologize for any distraction there. I get frustrated. I've been covering this for 2 years, and I get very frustrated by the fact that this platform, I have covered many trials over time. I've covered many of them. And you know what? I have never dealt with the level of censorship that I have dealt with on this trial. Now, that tells you, obviously, that you're covering something that is worth covering. But at the same time, I mean, the frustration level to dealing with that, to trying to, again, I can't say what I want to say as a headline. I can't actually be honest about the headline. I have to use words I can get wrecked through, for example. I don't want to use wrecked every freaking time, but for some reason, wrecked will go through. So that's why I use wrecked a lot. That's why I use these other words. But anyway, okay, so I've got the transcript. I'm reading from something here. Again, so you have the court, you have, Your Honor, we are moving, or JD is moving for permanent exclusion of Eve Barlow from. Now, the court is like, hey, yo, who's Eve Barlow exactly? You know, why exactly are you bringing this person up? You know, who is this nobody? I mean, they want to know about that, right? And it's described as Eve Barlow is a journalist. Now, they're going to deny, Mr. Rottenborn is going to deny that Eve Barlow is a journalist, by the way. So, if you would, go screenshot. She got in an argument with me one time, and she was bringing up the fact that she was a legendary journalist. So if somebody had screenshot that from then, I would also definitely appreciate you bringing that up, because I think that is a big one too. But they say that Eve Barlow is a journalist. Now, and she's also, listen to this, that certain Aquaman starlet's current girlfriend. Oh, so all of that speculation, all of that innuendo saying that that person was actually her girlfriend is 100% spot on. That's true. She is Amber Heard's girlfriend. So again, all of the damage control, all of those attempts to take people down. You know, she tried to take down my channel multiple times. She was doing that at the bequest of, that explains also why she knew what was in redacted documentation. Like, she had a front row seat. And of course, we all knew this to be true. We talked about it before, but it gives her another level of motivation to try to do what she did. Again, she's not just doing this for simp points. She's doing this because that is her girlfriend. You know, she's really useful. Can you imagine getting a relationship with a person that you knew, by the way, had done all kinds of, like, see, this is Eve Barlow, just to say. Eve Barlow. Remember, she's Amber Heard's girlfriend. So when she was trying to take down my channel, when they were they false flagged my channel today. Today. They were false flagging my Twitter. I put this up on Twitter, but they've been after it today, and their statements about Eve Barlow. So I mean, these people they don't want you talking about this. They are so mad. And you know, I keep saying, when you get banned from the courtroom, there's a cream for that. There's a cream for that. Try out your Amica cream. If you've not been watching the trial, you've missed out big time because the Amica cream thing alone is worth checking out. But yeah, I mean they're trying right now to stop coverage of this. I'm sure that they're false flagging what we're doing right now, but they've been after anyone that covers it, but especially, I mean, I'm getting letters. It's funny, they deny sending anything, but I'm getting letters now and before that telling me that when you cover this, look, here's where they're false reporting my tweets. See, in Germany, if you have a German VPN, if you're set, or rather, in Germany, if you're a German, you live in Germany, or you have set up a VPN and you say you're from Germany, you can report people, and it's more stringent. You might be able to take them down, but also in the aftermath. Now, look, one of the things Eve Barlow is a bully that uses identity as a weapon. She false flags, tries to take down channels, tries to get people kicked out of the court, anything to do Amber Heard's dirty work. They reported that. They're reporting everything that I do, trying to take my channels and stuff away. Because they've been doing this for 2 years though. They have been false reporting. They have been going after every single thing that I do. And this is the reason for it. It's because I don't lie about what's coming up. I don't have to doctor evidence. You know, again, that's what they got Gina Duders kicked out for. This is the reality of it. January 21st. So again, I don't have to do that. You know, when they talk about people that are lying and causing problems, you know, she's the one, her reason for trying to get me kicked off of YouTube was saying that I pose some kind of security risk. Well, guess what? I've never been banned from a courtroom. When we get down to it, which one of us has been banned from a courtroom for lying about things again? And you're a journalist, right? You're a journalist, right? I mean, that's the worst part. These people, they've gone on everything from liberal news to Fox News. They've gone out of their way to be covered everywhere. It's just crazy. So anyway, I wanted to point that out while we're moving forward. A second. I'm finding out something else. Give me 1 second. This is important, okay? Just give me 1 second. This is a fluid situation. All right. So like I said, you just have to you have to be very patient today. Because again, normally I will put my live streams together and not talk about things like this, but this is a fluid situation. I'm finding out more details. I think it's funny, too, if you look up Eve Barlow, she hasn't posted anything about the trial since she got banned. She hasn't posted one thing about it at all. Isn't that amazing? Oh, it's so good. I love it. I love it. Somebody told me you couldn't see that video. My bad. Let me show that one more time. I'm sorry about that. Like I said, I forgot the overlay was there. My bad. Somebody told me that. Thank you. So here was the video. My bad. Like I said, I apologize for that. I did this earlier. I didn't show the video. I boomered it up. Like I said, I'm trying to juggle people messaging my phone, giving me more details, bringing in stuff. Normally, I'll have what I'm watching pulled up right in front of me, but I didn't have it pulled up in front of me. So this is what happened in the courtroom. We don't have a picture of her handing off the phone, but the phone ends up, according to witness there, again, the phone ends up in his hands from Eve Barlow. So she's the one that turned it over. All right. I got this from Legal Bytes, Legal Byte clips, but you can see in the courtroom, again, she's having a good old time huddling about it because I did this. She absolutely did it. And the people in the courtroom saw it happen. 100% they saw it happen. So we saw it outside. It got caught on video. But outside of that, you had this as well. And again, you see Johnny Depp. He knows that this is a problem. Look at his face in this. He knows he's not going to get a fair trial. Look at that. He's like, my God. He laughs about it. He's like, this is fucked up. Anyway, people told me that I didn't. I apologize. I had the overlay on it. Like I said, I was trying to show you the evidence. I usually don't overlay evidence. I pull it up, but I'm trying to be careful about what I put in front. But that's how Gina Deuters get kicked out. Like I said, that phone, if you have it, I don't think it was shown live, but somebody told me from inside the courtroom that the phone ended up in her hands like that, or his hands from her. So just to note that's where the evidence came from. Just before your clip, she slips it through slots in the barrier. Well, do me a favor. Somebody send me a screenshot of that. Send it to granularheaven@gmail.com. Okay, I need a screenshot of that, and I need it for more reasons than just videos. Let's just say, let's make some fun times out of that. Okay. So anyway, you have the court say, they bring up the girlfriend situation, and then they're like, yesterday the court ordered. Okay, so yesterday this did happen. This is how I reported this too. Yesterday, after all of that transpired, you had everyone ordered to go to the back row. So people that were setting up front, the friends and family sections, that's where she's at. Yeah, some people are sending me the sticky note stuff too. I've got the sticky note portion. I'm looking for a phone handoff again. Just a phone handoff clip there. Like some people sent me that. But after all of that happened, so if you see, okay, let me show you in that video that we were looking at. Let me explain what friends and family is. Okay, so friends and family are the first two rows. This actually Eve Barlow causes herself some huge problems here. So the front two rows, that would be these right here. That's considered friends and family, right? Now, friends and family, they have certain exemptions, apparently, but they don't after you get moved out of that row. So after all of this transpires, there's a bunch of hoopla that goes on because there's a lot of people not happy about how this transpired. So the friends and family section, it gets pushed out. So it's no longer a friends and family section. That means any type of protections for fans and family. Again, Eve Barlow is in the friends and family section because she's a girlfriend, but she got pushed out. Now, afterwards, she ends up getting kicked out of the courtroom twice. That's not why she gets banned, though. She gets kicked out for having a mobile device and using it when the judge specifically said no mobile devices. She apparently, from what I understand, again, from sources, she wore an Apple Watch and got kicked out for that. So, I mean, these are big problems for her. So she created her own situation as she goes forward with all of this. Well, yesterday the court ordered the back row. Then she was later, as will be discussed in a minute, thrown out at 4:31. So Eve Barlow was thrown out of the courtroom for sure. She was 100% definitively thrown out of the courtroom. This was mentioned in proceedings. So she did get thrown out. She got, that's not just me. That's not just me saying that. Okay. So she was thrown out by. But they said, okay, so you'll recall yesterday, Mr. Rottenborn came up with what was Eve Barlow's phone. So it said in the court, the phone that he came up with in that picture that I showed you, that's not his phone. That's noted to the judge. This, again, I'll pull that up here again. Like what's going to be presented, again, the thing that he's playing with, it's noted there. That phone that he's playing with, the evidence that he ends up with, and he does not fact check, by the way, which is fucked up. I mean, if you think about that, they stopped evidentiary proceedings. They went up to the judge, and the reason that they did that was because, again, they didn't fact check what was going on. Now, that's not the judge's fault. The judge is 100% free and clear in that because the judge, of course, is going to assume that you're going to treat them with respect and dignity. You're not going to lie to them about something. You're not going to present them with fake evidence. I mean, that would make sense, right? Like, why would anyone think that? But that was Eve Barlow's phone. They note that. So, And he showed you the first document that you're looking at in a shorter version. So again, they bring up the document that I showed you, the shorter version. This is document 1. And again, you can see how that document looks bad. Like I said, it sounds like JD is or it sounds like Gina Deuters is talking about this trial. She's posting about it. That's what everyone assumed happened. They assumed that she was discussing this thing live. They assumed that basically this was some kind of issue that was self-wrought or self-created, you know. Again, when you look at that, like I said, that looks bad. If I were a judge and I saw this document in front of me, I would think that something terrible had gone on. You know, because again, there's no distinction in it. If you were a judge and you just looked at that, how would you tell that this is not about the trial that we're watching? Because it talks about a trial. It talks about the judge, you know, being part of that. You know, it talks about everything in it. And again, you have to remember 100% in all of this that you are not allowed to discuss anything that is happening. As a witness, you're not allowed to watch other witnesses. You're not allowed, excuse me, you're not allowed to discuss this. Eve Barlow would be able to talk about this stuff, for example, because she is not a witness. But Gina Deuters wouldn't be able to. So they mention this, you know. Well, the text is, it's from Gina Deuters. We understand that she was not, that she was properly excluded. But this is what he showed, Your Honor, saying to the court, representing to the court that Miss Deuters had texted this since the start of the trial. Again, that's the point that they're making. This was the, this was supposedly something that she was talking about the court again. All right, well, as they tell you, Your Honor will see from what Mr. Rottenborn showed you, it didn't have a date. So like I said, if you look at that, no date included because that would ruin the presentation. All right, so if you look at the second document, you will see it's an Instagram post, by the way. They make that very clear. It is an Instagram post. You'll see from the Instagram post here that, oh, by the way, I also have posted a video on this too. I think it went live while I was playing with it. So, you know, if you'll at least click that video, you don't have to watch it. I have much more detail in this, but if you'll do me a favor right now, there will be a video that went live from this channel. Just pull it up on another tab, let it play all the way through, because that will make sure that goes out to everybody. Because all this information, it needs to go out. I don't care if 1 million people cover this, but this information needs to get out there. It needs to be seen by people, and other people will be able to pick it up. They can pick out the 2 screenshots that we're talking about easier from that. So again, if you would, like I said, there's been a weird thing going on with the first minutes of coverage too. In the past, you know, typically like the first minute of something, you pick up X amount of hits on it. Well, the first minutes these days have been something like 12 or 13 hits. Because it's, like I said there, if you look at the algorithm for what's going on with this trial anyway, we're buried. As the people who cover this, the only reason that anyone finds our coverage, because mainstream media is given preferential treatment, the only reason anyone finds us is because of you. So if you see our videos come up, even if you don't want to watch it, just mute it, let it play through, and it'll give it. But at the beginning, if you push that, it'll push it out there, and more people. And again, if you pick up that information, if you're a YouTuber, I don't care. But I do not have what I'm reading included in that. I'm not showing it on screen yet. I'm sure media or somebody will pick it up. But the court, it's like, it's not like I would know the difference. Okay, so the court is telling you too, when they looked at these 2 screenshots between each other, the court's saying, you know, I wouldn't have noticed the difference. And that's 100% true. If somebody didn't present this to me and say, you know, here's one, here's the other, why would you ever think about that? Again, a judge is not going to think you're going to provide them fake evidence. Like, why would they ever think that? Why would they ever think that, you know? Man, a bunch of you hit that. Again, if y'all keep hitting that video, it'll go out everywhere. 140 of you went over and clicked on that video. So again, if everybody keeps clicking on it, it pushes these videos. And what's funny is the mainstream media is burying what we cover. And the mainstream media has no idea what's going on. If you listen to it, or Law and Crime is throwing out all these videos on it. Law and Crime is false flagging people. Like if I accidentally went in and looked at a Law and Crime video, oh my God, they would false flag my channel down. Like it didn't matter, like Come Geek Some covered a few seconds of a Law and Crime video, they flagged his channel down. That's why I'm like, don't watch them. Watch someone else. Anyone. I've been on with Ricada Law. You can watch us there, but watch someone else too if you're so inclined. Just don't give them clicks because they're terrible. But anyway, so point out, the judge is like, I wouldn't have seen the difference. And the judge's like, you know. And she was like, you know, given my age, I didn't see that either. But you know what? What Mr. Rottenborn showed you is a Instagram post without a date. And again, that is very, like you see, it didn't just cut off the date. It cut off the entire bottom of this, where if you look at it, it cut it. It's slick. It's sly. It's a big lie. Look at that. I mean, you got to remember too. So I watched this trial with Vic Mignogna, and I was listening to what the judge had to say, and well, in transcript, I was listening to what the judge had to say, and the judge compared sharing retweets and doing other things to sharing pictures of, like, say, your pet cat at home. I mean, they had no idea. When you look at this, typically, most judges have no idea how to treat evidence that comes from these kind of things. They don't, because they have no idea how an Instagram works. Or most of these people are sitting on Facebook. They've never used YouTube. They've never used any alternative platform. And when they do that, of course it's going to cause problems. Of course it's going to be issues, because they don't understand. First of all, they don't understand how date timestamps. They don't understand how faking works either, how easy. Like, they could have supplied a fake picture just as easily as they supplied one. I mean, I could make a fake picture, you know, of anything. Like while we're sitting here goofing off, you know, you can make fake Twitter posts. You can make, you can make anything that you want. I mean, just to give you an idea of how easy that's done, you know, I'm going to be lazy about it, but let me show you something real fast. Like, just to give you an idea of how easy that could be done. Again, I'm not putting any time into that. But look, like just an image generator. Here, check this out here. Let me pull this down real quick. Let me show you how fast this is. So again, I didn't capture anything. But if you go to like a reply generator, a fake place, look. Like, I could set it up. Like, I could say, add Eve Barlow. I could have put her name in, put her picture in, and be like, I'm banned. And then somebody was like, oh, yeah, why'd you do it? And she could say, because I faked evidence. You know, anybody can do that. And the problem is, in this day and age, courts don't know the difference. They assume it's all real, and it's dangerous. That's why archives matter. But even an archive can be faked if you know what you're doing. Not easily. You know, most people will archive it. If I screenshot something, I'm not screenshotting it for evidentiary purposes. But it just gives you an idea of how easily this stuff can be faked. And again, they did lie by omission, but still, it's the same thing. So they say the second document that you're looking at here, this one, this document shows a date on it. It's very clear. It's January the 8th, 2021. That is material misrepresentation. That is the material misrepresentation. Gina Deuters posted this during the London trial. So again, the way that they got her banned, like they're saying, this is material misrepresentation. She didn't post this during this trial. She posted it during the London trial, but they used it to get her removed. You know, because they knew that it would work. They 150% knew that would work. Man, I tell you, like YouTube still throttles my video. Like the video that I put up, they still throttled it right in the aftermath. If you cover this trial for a long time, you'll find, like some people that cover a lot of other stuff, you look at the hit differential between channels that don't cover this very often and channels that do. And it's not because of thumbnail or anything else. It's just because in the algorithm, certain names aren't loved, And we've been covering this long enough that I do not think the algorithm loves us. So like I said, if you would, keep clicking that video that we just put out while we're talking. It's funny, but it needs to be exposed. It 100% needs to be exposed what happened here. So anyway, Mr. Chu said, this is very disturbing. We believe that it was fraud upon the court. We believe that Mr. Rottenborn, as an officer of the court, should have taken a look at what he was handing up to the court, especially since it was handed to him by someone improperly sitting in the first row, a reporter and her girlfriend. So they're saying, we don't even believe that she should be in the front row. We don't believe that she should be represented right there. We believe that it's improper. She should have never even had access to be able to do this stuff in the first place, And I would 150% believe that too. I believe that if you're talking about this, as far as a journalist is concerned, a journalist should not be in the friends and family section. A journalist, she has access. Again, she's not an investigator that's been hired by that team. She's not part of their legal strategy. She's somebody that again has worked her way into this because of her standing. So, and that's not where it ends, Your Honor, unfortunately. She's been passing notes, like they note, from the beginning of the trial. She's been sending out live tweets throughout that. And the court asks, is she still sending out tweets? So she's sending out live tweets. And again, the court said specifically, you can't be tweeting in the court. That's why one reason I don't want to be there. Because honestly, I can't tell you what's happening. And also, I'm going to be real with you for a second. One of the reasons that I'm not in that courtroom, well, there's two reasons. First of all, my kid had a health problem. I want to be here for my kid. My kid matters. Ultimately, that was the tipping point. But the other thing, and I knew this would happen, they would go through every single post that we had ever posted online. They would manipulate. They would do anything they could. And they would get you kicked out of the courtroom. They've already managed to get 3 people kicked out of the courtroom. They doxed them to the New York Post. The New York Post used their names. They used their names when they got them removed. They doxed them. They're not public entity. They're just private people. They doxed them. And I knew that would happen. And again, that's free license. It's carte blanche for these people to do whatever they want to somebody. And it's nasty stuff. I mean, when you get down to it, that's what they want. So I knew if I went to the courtroom, they would do everything they could to get me banned out of there, because they've been banning other people because they consider it a win. Ha ha ha, look what we did. And it's funny, their ugliness, their vindictiveness, and doing stuff like this, it's caused them issue. So Mr. Chu said, of course, yeah, as of 4:31 yesterday when she was removed from the court, So they want to show them there. They're showing them evidence. From what I understand, maybe some stuff that all of us were pointing out to. Things like the people in the courtroom, like the officers in there, they don't know what's happening. So the coverage that you and I have been doing, the stuff we've been talking about that's happening there, yeah, that stuff gets picked up too. So again, you need to tune in to us. Make sure we boost loud enough that everybody and their mother can see what's going on. Because when we're talking about notes being passed, when we're talking about evidentiary violations like this, yeah. This is stuff too. Again, places like Law and Crime and other places, they're picking this up because we're so loud about it. They know that if they don't switch sides, all these places don't switch sides in this, they're going to get buried in an avalanche. The problem is that people that haven't been watching this from the beginning, they don't realize how duplicitous the mainstream media and all these other places like Court TV and on, they have been during all of it. They don't realize all the lies and nastiness. They've been doing this for 2+ years. Solid. But now some of these places are doing an about face. I saw USA Today, for example, doing an about face the other day. And they don't deserve your clicks. They don't deserve your traffic. They did. They caused this situation. They helped it. I mean, you think about it. If Amber Heard had cops that had come in and had backed her, we 100% would hear about that every single day. But you have cops that came in, 2 sets of them with body cam footage that proved that JD didn't do something. You know what? TMZ wouldn't even touch it. TMZ that would record you, JD eating a bagel on the side of the road. They talk about a celebrity picking their nose. They wouldn't cover this stuff because they know. Because they all are colluding behind the scenes. They put together a lie, one of the biggest lies out there. And now they want to do an about face because they want to be saved. None shall be saved. You should raise them to the ground. Whoosh. And you do that by clicking off and picking something else. Take your clicks, take your money, go somewhere else. That's why they're begging for millions now. You know, the HuffPost, for example, they're begging for $5 million this year because of what they do, because they put out lies, because that's who they are. I mean, it kills me when you think about that. Man, it's still freaking flatlining my video. I swear, sometimes I think, man, why am I on this platform? Because you can't get information out. But anyway, okay, so let's continue. So they asked, again, was she tweeting in the courtroom? And they said she was tweeting in the courtroom. She was sitting right there during opening. Your Honor may remember that Miss Vasquez said that certain Aquaman starlets would be giving the performance of her life. So she says in real time, actually, it was Vasquez who was giving the performance of her life. So this contemporaneous with my colleague's opening. She was live tweeting and getting it all out to the public. So again, Eve Barlow is sitting in the courtroom. She's live tweeting, and she's not allowed to do that. That's just straight up. It's against the rules. It is 100% against the rules. I can't stand these people, by the way. I can't stand these people at all because they lie so much. They manipulate so much. They do anything they can. So, and finally, and this is the last time, Your Honor will remember when we first raised the issue, Your Honor ordered people to the back. So she reluctantly went to the back. And she got thrown out because of a tweet. So the tweet, she tweeted, if you look this up, she tweeted, what does Amber Heard hope to achieve? She has a gorgeous 1-year-old, and she said that she was beginning the rest of her life in 2021, 12 months after her mother died. So that post was what got her ejected from the courtroom. That was what she was live tweeting from the back of the courtroom, and that got her kicked out. I love it. But that's the post that she put up. So she was doing damage control real time for Amber Heard, talking about, her baby, talking about what exactly does she hope to achieve? Let me see if I can find that. Eve Barlow, Twitter. What exactly does she? Let's see if it's still there. That would have been yesterday. I'm trying to see if it's still there. Because she's been scrubbing social media. All these people, they scrubbed their social media in the aftermath because they knew. They knew what happened. They knew what they were doing. And what's really funny about this, I saw that tweet somewhere. Like if somebody has that archived, mail it to me too, because I'd love to put that up somewhere. because that's the thing that ends up getting her nailed in the courtroom. Now, Your Honor, if this was just an isolated incident, well, actually, I'll take that back. It's more, and the court said, if you violate the order, you violate the order. And he's like, yeah, it's more than enough to get her thrown out permanently, but also it takes place in context. Your Honor will remember the inappropriate disclosure of sexual assault violations in violation of protective order, perhaps more egregiously because people weren't they weren't participating by WebEx in that one. Well, 2 days ago before the trial, Miss Heard posted on Instagram her opening argument. You hear that? 2 days ago before the trial, Ms. Heard posted on Instagram her opening argument. I understand none of the jurors referred to it, but she made it very clear in her Instagram post that JD wasn't mentioned in the op-ed, which was primary feature of his opening. That was really egregious. So they even mentioned, too, she already in violation as well, which I'll detail some more of that in a video because that's jacked up, too. Then during my opening, to try to throw me off, the crazy lady lawyer made an improper objection saying, she tried to mention it. The point is, Your Honor, the court's order, it must mean something. We're trying to play by the rules here. She was thrown out yesterday, and we're all asking a very limited form of relief that she be barred from attending the rest of the trial. So then Heard's side gets up and says, thank you. I actually had absolutely no clue that he was going to raise it this morning, so I'm responding to it cold. First of all, Eve Barlow isn't a journalist. Crazy lady. Absolutely crazy lady. She's like, Eve Barlow isn't a journalist. Okay, well, I'm glad that you tell us that because Eve Barlow has gone on every platform known to man to try to tell us that she's a journalist. She's gone on Fox News. She's gone on other platforms as well, telling us 100% that she is a journalist. Well, now apparently she's not. That's hilarious. I love it. You got to love that, right? You do have to love that. I mean, that is pretty funny. She's no journalist anymore. So their strategy, first and foremost, was to say, she's not a journalist. No, that's not her. So, of course, she needs to say, because, again, they know that that's a problem. She's reporting this. She's not reporting it from the right place, though. Hey, Waves, thanks for the 50 there, by the way, and the super sticker. Appreciate that. Let me catch the 20s real fast. Victor Montes, thanks for the 20. Keep up what you're doing, Tuck. Appreciate that. I'll catch all super chats, by the way. Thanks for the 22 there. Hey, new sub here. Love the coverage. Thank you. Appreciate that. Waves again. I'll thank for additional 20. Thanks for the sticker, super sticker saying I'm amazing. Ooh, you're amazing though. Thank you there. And K-Rab, of course, giving me a super sticker that also says you're amazing. Thank you. I'll catch all super chats today too. But this goes on. So here's the defense that they throw out. The court says, well, I really don't care about all of that. She was live tweeting in my courtroom. This is 431. And Heard's lawyer's like, I don't really know about that. She was like, well, I do. I can read it. So the judge is like, well, I know about it. I can read, I was gifted with this thing. It's called the ability to be able to read. So, yeah, if you're going to come in here and you're going to lie about her doing it, no thank you. No thank you at all. So she actually calls her out on that. She says, I know the deputies took her out because she was tweeting. That's against the court order. I don't let anybody, if I find anyone else tweeting, they don't come back in. So why would I allow her to come back in? So again, she's like, I don't know. I don't know, Your Honor. I know you didn't. And I understand that. And I mean, say, like passing notes. I thought, well, legal teams. Okay, see? There you go. They thought she was part of the legal team. I told you the note was a problem. I told you. Because they thought she was part of her legal team. They thought that was there. But no, they're passing notes back and forth, and the judge saw it. But she thought that it was something else. That's why I gave you the first row, because of legal teams. And the more information that comes to me in bits and pieces that it's not the legal team, so I move it back. But then she's still texting. She's doing all of this craziness in the courtroom. Getting busted. I mean, imagine getting busted like that. Oh, man. There's more to this, too. I'm enjoying this. I have to say, I do enjoy this stuff because it's happening. This is day 3, or this is day 3 pause. So we're only 3 days. Well, you could count the jury selection as a day, I suppose. So that would be your first week. But this is only after the first week. You've already had Eve Barlow get banned after kicking out a witness, after faking evidentiary. I mean, think about that. That's crazy, isn't it? That is. I think it's absolutely insane. You know, to think about already in this court case, we've had somebody kicked out. And you know why she got kicked out? I mean, if we're really telling the truth, she got kicked out because she didn't slather herself with Amica cream first. I mean, she should have known better. Amber told her that. You know, slather yourself with Amica cream. God, I don't even want to know what they do with that Amica cream behind the scenes. Slather yourself with that Amica cream, though, and you will be immune to anything. By the way, I have a shirt that is Amica cream related. I do want to put that out there. All proceeds from that will go to charity. We have two guilty shirts as well. All of the proceeds from shirts, they will go to local charity. I want to be very clear in that. I will take my money there myself, and I will buy what they need. They need beds, I'll buy it. They need something else, I'll buy it, because that's the way that this works. But we have an Amica cream shirt. I don't know if it's listed yet. I'll have to pull up the listing. I think it's funny, though. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. We'll have to show it live the other day. My wife walked in. She's listening to all that. Are you listening to this craziness? Mm-hmm. Huh. What do you think about that? What do you think about Eve Barlow getting busted?
I mean, I think she's an idiot.
So you think it's funny? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Of course I think it's funny.
How dare you think that's funny? Poor Eve Barlow. Hey, well, yeah, but she's a legendary journalist. Are you telling me that you support legendary journalists being banned from the courtroom?
Journalist that nobody's ever heard of before now?
That's what she told me one time. She was like, I'm a legendary journalist. She was trying to...
Like, nobody knew her name before?
Oh.
So, where's the legendary in that?
I thought it was hilarious. Check this out, by the way. I want to show this to people just real fast. That is cool. Here, sit it right there so it didn't get hurt.
That's
Thank
Jason.
you. Jason's. That's cool.
Bascom.
Yeah. We'll have to load pictures of them and show them. But, yeah, I made me a shirt. I love my Amica cream. I even left the error in there. You notice somebody mentioned this, and I want to make sure that you understand this too. Whoops, it popped out the thing. Let me show you this. Okay, so somebody thought this was an error. Okay, I want to make this clear too. You'll see a text thing over the Amica cream. I did that on purpose because I thought, Amica cream doesn't exist. All right, they're wrong about it. So look, you see that text? It's making fun of how dumb they are, I love, oh, wait, should I insert? Oh, it's Amica cream. So if you see that is not an error on a shirt. I actually put that in there on purpose because I thought, man, these people are so dumb. Like, again, it's arnica cream. It doesn't exist. So it's just part of the joke. Like, somebody was like, you left in a tag. No, that's part of the picture. I thought it was funnier that way because they're too dumb to freaking understand what's going on. Oh, I love them. God bless them, right? God bless them. So now, Elaine, the legendary lawyer in this case, too. Oh, let me put that link in the description too. I don't know if it's listed there. So there's that shirt if you like it. Yeah, they were all saying Amica cream. That was the thing. Like, they don't. If you listen to her, she's like, my Amica cream. She says that a million times. And there is no Amica cream. You have JD's team bring that up, actually. You had Gina Duders actually say it right when she gets on the stand. Before she gets excluded, she actually calls it the right thing. So she says arnica cream. So she does say it right in there, and I thought that was really funny. It's like a little, you know. Oh, it's so funny. But the team from that certain Aquaman starlet, they deny this thing repeatedly, knowing that this is an issue. They deny over and over again that they knew anything about what Eve Barlow was doing, because again, they knew what was going to happen, and it did. She ends up getting banned for all of this because she 150% did the wrong freaking thing. She 150% was live texting, manufacturing fake evidence, handing off phones, passing notes, pretending to be part of the legal team. I mean, you think about all the repeated violations, and they thought that they would get away with this. Like, the worst part of it is that they thought that they were going to get away with it. They thought that all of this, in some way, shape, or form, that would be allowed by the courtroom. So Barbino, thanks for the $5 there. Take a selfie and collect posts of all of us in our Amica cream shirts. That'd be really funny, actually. 1 second, I gotta cough. I got laughing so hard it made me choke up. Yeah, my wife was like, "Man, you're gonna die over there." It made my eyes water. I choked up. I was like, "Oh my god, that's the plan." Amber Heard has decided to kill me with laughter. Oh my god, she's gonna kill us all that way. What does all this mean? It means that Eve Barlow got busted out of the courtroom because she was faking freaking evidence to get somebody else banned. But you know what? Gina Deuters, you could tell what her information was supposed to be about anyway. You know, you could tell that, was it Eve that got Gina thrown out? Yeah. She got her thrown out with fake evidence. She got, again, this was what she supplied to the court. This is what Rottenborn brought up to the court. And this is what the post really was. She redacted the date off of it. She handed her phone to Rottenborn. So again, when you look at that clip, that kind of puts it into perspective again. You know, you have her. Again, this phone that he's looking at, she's handed it through the rails to him. He's pulled it up. He's checking it in the middle of evidence being given by JD's team. So Gina Deuters is on the stand giving evidence at the time. They interrupt. So Eve Barlow ends up causing an interruption in the courtroom. Because you see, he stands up. He's interrupting in the moment there. So she's probably thinking, man, I've done such a good job. I'm such a legendary journalist in this moment that I managed to actually interrupt the court proceedings. Because this is all about her. And again, like I said, if you look at JD in here, he's not happy, and I don't blame him. Like his face and all of that. I mean, look at his face. Like he knows he just got screwed. He looks over, he's watching how all of this is going on. And he's like, dude, I mean, that expression, it says everything, doesn't it? But, like I said, you see them huddling back there. They caused this, and they 100% knew they did. They thought they had been given carte blanche to do whatever that they wanted. They thought that they could go in, they could hand off stuff, they could pass notes, They could do all these things that they're not allowed to do. They were allowed to do it in the first day because, again, the judge was misled. The judge was allowing them to sit in the front because the judge thought that Eve Barlow was part of the legal team. And on top of that, I mean, that explains when you look at pictures, Eve Barlow has a device in hand. You know, Eve Barlow has a device in hand through all of this, too. One second. I'm pulling up that picture though, because I think you need to see that again. Because when you see it again, then it makes a lot more sense why she was up there with somebody else, and they had a laptop. They have a Chromebook. Now you can understand how this happened. So if you look at this picture right here, you see there's Eve Barlow, this other person. Again, they're in the front row, but you look, they have a device. You can tell. Like somebody pointed this out. Props to them too for pointing this out. But if you look at it, I mean, they have a device, 100%, because she stands up. You can see it. Like that's not a purse. If that's a purse, that's the thinnest purse I've ever seen. It's purse book light. I mean, what the heck? But you can tell. I mean, you can tell in the pictures the way that she's holding it, the way that she has it. That is definitely a device. You know? You can see all the venting. Again, that it's a Chromebook or something like that they're using. And they had that in the courtroom. And the only reason that they had that, and what they're doing with this, too, they're doing damage control. They're making sure that they can get people removed and on. And they did. If you look, so there's a New York Post article. What they've been doing in the court is they were live tweeting. They were basically going to war. And here's the New York Post decided they would do an article on it. And when the New York Post did an article on that, they lied about what transpired. So here's the New York Post doing an article where, again, this is some of the other stuff that they've been doing in the court. So they've been going through people's social media accounts. They said, oh, you know, these JD fans, they were booted from the court for alleged violent threats. Now, again, they posted stupid stuff online. There were you can't let your anger get to you and post things. But to find a post that's 6 years old and to dig it up, a 6-year-old post from an active Twitter user, that says that somebody's been digging through. And beyond that, this is the same New York Post person, and you notice they've shut down their comments. They don't allow any new comments because they were getting so much blowback. A source, you know that source, it's Eve Barlow and Christina Taft. Christina Taft, by the way, parked right in the back. If you've never heard of these people, Christina Taft is one of the people that has been right there front and center. Apparently has been communicating with that certain Aquaman starlet's defense the whole time. Like for years. Somebody leaked emails from Eve Barlow, and it had Christina Taft as part of it. And you had Roberta Kaplan. You remember Roberta Kaplan? That was the hashtag Time's Up co-founder. The one that represented Jussie Smollett and also represented Harvey Weinstein. Yeah, that person was in contact with Eve Barlow. They were in contact with Christina Taft. Christina Taft is one of the people that was sitting around in myriad groups behind the scenes. They were doxing people. They were filing false police reports. This person has been right there front and center. They quote them in this. So you can see, though, their sources tell the Post that the Judge Penny, has grown frustrated with the scores of JD fans who are apparently being disrespectful and sticking their gum under the court benches. Now, did that happen? No. That absolutely has not happened. In fact, if they were being honest, they would do a follow-up story saying, well, our sources have just been kicked out of the courtroom. That would be honest, but that's too much to ask, right? That's way too much to ask. God, I cannot stand these people, you know? I can't. 1 second. I'm typing something real quick. All right. I'm pushing things. I'm pushing like videos and everything else. Like I said, I'm trying to tell people what exactly is going on. I mean, it's been crazy. But I need to pull up that. So there's a tweet where they mention Christina Taft too. So you have that person. She absolutely mentioned this. Listen to this here. So the New York Post. This is that writer. Los Angeles native Christina Taft is one of the few Amber Heard supporters attending the defamation trial. Why does Amber Heard keep getting threatened? We really want to support her and save her from these social media operations because it's so dangerous. These operations attack her credibility. These operations. Again, these are the people that behind the scenes were running doxing groups. They were threatening people. They were having false police reports put out. But the New York Post is treating them like they're legit sources. And when people bring this stuff up, by the way, you know what the New York Post does? They shut down their comments so nobody can bring it up. Because that's journalism these days. That's why, again, if you like something that's going on out there, you share the heck out of it. You support it. Again, I ended up putting a video on this same subject out. It went out a few minutes after we did this. And I knew the subject would get throttled. And it did. It 100% did. I can tell that one didn't have a mid-roll ad pop up at first. It popped up afterward. And you can tell if YouTube plans on throttling them or not. Just because of, even if they give it a green light with that. And they absolutely did. Compared to what the information is, they did. It's just, like I said, it's insane when sitting through this trial for this long and seeing how that's being treated. But the docs groups, I have all of the screenshots from the docs groups. I'm going to pull up one for you. You'll just have to give me a minute because I'll have to redact a few portions. All right, but they're 100%. I mean, I have hundreds of pictures from the docs groups. Like hundreds and hundreds of pictures from it. And these folks, they don't, again, we've shown this evidence repeatedly. And what's crazy is that these folks, that are part of that, again, I'm going to just show you one picture from it. I'm going to redact almost everything from it, except I want to show you what they're doing there, because a lot of people probably have not seen this, and they don't realize how crazy this is. Again, here, this is going to be a screenshot of these people reporting false reports to Scotland Yard. All right. I mean, can you imagine being so obsessed with Amber Heard that you would go on record and put in false police reports to Scotland Yard? I mean, that's crazy, right? When you think about it. But these people, they don't mind doing stuff like that because they're getting head pats. They're getting them behind the scenes. Now, I put this in again. The reason I redact this so heavily is because they're 100% filing false police reports, but they're using people's names in them. They're using their real names. So if I put that out there, the double-edged sword, if I put it out unredacted, and some people I think have shown them unredacted, that's their prerogative. I'm not going to do that because I don't feel good about it. I don't feel good about doing that at all, but check this out. So here's some of these folks. Like this, again, I redacted the person. There's a grouped header over the top. There's another person talking to them. And you can see they're telling you, here's where you contact Scotland Yard. And they type out a contact for it too. And I'll read that to you. Just give me a minute. I'll actually read what they're saying there. Because they file false police reports that pretty much they mirror the claims about JD through this case. Like that's the crazy thing. They doxed 3 really high-profile JD supporters. They doxed 3 of them, and they bragged about it. And they said, they were going to hold that evidence. They were going to withhold it from the others on the team or that were doing the dirty work until they found out from Amber Heard's team what they should do with that. And I think that's fascinating because all these people, the lawyers claimed when Eve Barlow was doing this that they had no idea what she was doing. Really, they don't because, according to these people that are doing all this nasty crap, they're in contact with the lawyers. So here's what was said. What station is the person from? Not given. What does the inquiry relate to? Redacted. A UK citizen made so they're saying they've made a false police report. All right, listen to what they're saying here. Redacted. A UK citizen made a false police report to harass 2 tourist temporary UK visitors in a false call about the beer bug. So what they're talking about is there was a video put together. It talked about that certain Aquaman starlet and Eve Barlow. So this is damage control for Eve Barlow. Well, they're filing. Again, they made a false play. He then posted it online in the video scene. We reported that certain Aquaman starlet and their friend, Eve, to the UK police. And it's funny considering Eve and all these people, they were talking about how, all of these restrictions for the beer bug mattered, but they didn't follow the restrictions. So people, again, I'm not reporting anyone for anything, but it is interesting, isn't it, that they didn't follow the same restrictions that they say you and I should be arrested for there. But they note that. A little comedy so just called the London Metropolitan Police with another person, and they talk about how this call worked and everything. Then they brag, what they wrote. They said, reported it. And then they tag in another person. Like, look at them there. And then they say, I will be known in the UK before I visit next year. Also did it on YouTube again. So I made a false report on YouTube again, too, because that's what they're doing behind the scenes. It's really sad that he is also a known wife Wymsford Walmart greeter. So they accuse this person again of being a wife Wymsford Walmart greeter. Disgusting. Then they talk about where he lives. He's not from the UK, by the way, but I said he was a UK citizen because it makes it more impactful. So they admit to lying. They admit to filing false police reports. They admit to they create narratives and craziness behind the scenes. I mean, it's insane what they're doing there. And again, they're doing it on behalf of Eve Barlow. They're doing it on behalf of Amber Heard. They're in coordination and communication with these folks. And again, the false reporting is started up again. This is my Twitter from today. Now, to explain this, I mentioned this before, and I have hundreds of reports like this. Oh, they have flagged my Twitter. Oh, they have flagged my YouTube so many freaking times. I mean, it's crazy when I look through all of the reports. But like here for example, let me see. Give me 1 second. I'll have to delete a couple of files. That way I can show you. Because apparently, if you have too many of these pictures or overlays in something, apparently you gotta remove a few. So I need to pull one out. I pulled 2 out, and then I'll show you. You're limited to 100, apparently. I had over 100 pictures that I had uploaded over time. So those kind of reports. Well, if you look, this is my email. All right, you notice all those from Twitter. Notice they're all the same thing about Germany. These are where people are flagging. This is just false flagging. And you'll notice that there's multiple tweets in this one. They can have as many as 20, 25 in them sometimes. So this person they report, I'm live tweeting from the about the courtroom, and they're reporting those. Amber Heard abused JD while his mother was dying. The shocking truth about who the monster really is. Oh no, I'm sorry. That's a video. So they report a video URL, and they also flagged Eve Barlow is a bully that uses identity as a weapon. False flags, tries taking down channels. tries getting people kicked from the court. Anything to do Amber Heard's dirty work. I can't. They got the false flagging groups going off again in real time behind the scenes. They've been promising that this would happen too. They've been promising, and now that Amber Heard, or now that Eve Barlow has been kicked out of the courtroom, I'm sure that she and all these other people, they're not going to slather on that Amber cream. They're not going to try to actually, do something about that skin burn, because she's definitely been burned by all of this. No, what they're going to try to do, they're going to try to take other people down when they talk about it as well. Let me read some super chats real quick. We'll talk about some other mess in this too. What a mess. I'm telling you, what a freaking mess. Oh. I saw something else funny. I gotta check it out. I gotta check something. Give me 1 minute. Oh, you crazy fools. Okay, I'm going to show you something. You nut jobs. You freaking nuts. You want to see something really funny? You want to see something like really, really funny? Okay. So apparently, if you go to evebarlow.net, here, check this out. Somebody just super chatted this. Give me 1 second. I got to make sure I pull this up correctly. All right, so if you go to evebarlow.net, you can see that across the top here, evebarlow.net. Where does that take us? It takes you to my YouTube channel. Oh my God. You crazy fools. So apparently amberheard.net, it advertises my comic, and evebarlow.net, it takes you to my YouTube channel. You're a bunch of nuts. I didn't do that happen live. Oh my God. They're like, you want some real reporting on this? Go to evebarlow.net, and if you go it's my YouTube channel. Oh my God. You crazy fools. Oh, you couldn't see it? Oh God. Here, let me pull this up again. Oh, sorry about that. Oh Lord. Give me a second. I can't help but boomer things. Man, it's been a crazy day. So I got out of bed and I was like, I'm going to make a video. And then I started finding out everything that was going on over the last few days. So look at this. Okay, look. Let me show you. God, it's crazy. All right, so here's evebarlow.net. You can see it across the top, right? All right, look. Check it out. Oh my God, you fools. If you go to amberheard.net, it advertises my comic. I didn't do any of those. Oh, but it is funny. I am amused by it. Posted everywhere. That's hilarious. I think that's funny. I think that's absolutely funny. But yeah, the mess that this case they've tried to make it out of, it's blown up in their faces. Like, you got to admit, they have really made a mess of themselves. So let me hit some super chats real quick. All right, K-Rab, thanks for the 20. You're amazing. Thank you. You're amazing as well. Mel Jones, thanks for the 2 there, and the super sticker, the microphone. Yeah, I got that microphone. Hopefully I dropped it there. Zoe J, thanks for the 5 and the super sticker too. Appreciate that. I like that face. We had a couple of people go in telling me to check the chat out because of the overlay. I'm going to throw a few. Bobby Dunlap noted that. Thanks for the 5. I noticed it when I pulled up some stuff, so I noticed you guys saying that. Daniela Koza, thanks for the 2. Also said that as well. And Anonymity Tay. And also Aaron. We love you, Tug, even when you pull boomer moments. You know? I love it. I love it. Gabriel Badwolf, thanks for the 5 there. The Amica cream really works. I rubbed it on Eve Barlow on the screen and she disappeared. Maybe that's what happened. She rubbed it on, didn't realize it would remove the blemish. It took it right out of the courtroom. Rachel, thanks for the 2. That's not the whole video. Check your email. I'll check it out in a minute. And thank you. Waves, thanks for the 20. You're amazing. Thank you for that. Me Queen 3, G rather, thanks for the 2. Mind blown. Thank you. Thanks for the 22 and okay. Hey, new sub here. Love the coverage on the case. Thank you. Appreciate that. Clara, thanks for the super chat. Noob indeed. Carol, thanks for the 5. Love you, Tug. Wow. We've been waiting and it's here now. And see Eve out of here. She'll have more time for now. Too bad. That's true. Cynic in Chief, thanks for the 2. Get the latest for JD versus AH News from evebarlow.net. Victor, thanks for the 20. Keep what you're doing, Tug. Thank you. Speak, thanks for the 10 there. You're the reason that I watch YouTube. I thank you. Appreciate that. Robin, thanks for the 2. According to Wiki, Amber converted to atheism. That's interesting. So I wonder how that works with Eve there. They have, Eve tells us that she's all about Judaism and activism. And again, you rep what you want to rep. If that's your religion, you rep it. It's funny, though. She's weaponized her identity so much. Like when she talked about posts here, for example, like if you went back through her Twitter account, she was like, I received more death threats when I've posted about Amber Heard now at the beginning of this trial than I ever received with Jewish activism. And like 400 people were like, bravo, bravo. You know why? Because people in this day and age, they fall for the weaponization of identity. They think they should applaud that and they should clap. And it's ridiculous. It's beyond absurd. Because all it allows them, like I said, I could go in and say, hey, these people are trying to take me down. It's because of my Native American ancestry. but that's absurd. And it's insulting. It's absolutely insulting. I mean, they just play this game. It's so insulting. Because there's real problems that happen. Like, people with Jewish ancestry, they face real obstacles. People with Native American ancestry, and so on. People face real obstacles. The real obstacles, they're obfuscated by people like this. It disgusts me. Danielle, thanks for the 5. I wonder, is she just super nervous and that's why she agreed? Waves, thanks for the 50 there. Appreciate that. And the super sticker you gave before. I mentioned that. Mention again. Thank you. Sinju Bean, thanks for the 5. That's funny. You should make another shirt with I am the legendary journalist. That's true. Angela, thanks for the 5. Take a selfie and collect posts of all of us in our Amica cream shirts for JD. That would be funny. Gabriel, thanks for the 5. I put that Amica cream on Eve Barlow on the screen. She just disappeared. It's wonderful stuff you said there. I like that. Thanks for the 5. I'm happy seeing a lot of good women that support JD in trial. I'm sure folks like you have helped to convince people for JD's side. There are a lot of great people out there. A lot of them. Phantasmagorical asked, thanks for the 2. Will the jury be told this? Probably not. Probably not because I don't see the problem with Gina D is that she admitted that she had been watching this trial. So it doesn't matter what Eve Barlow produced. Like, that would be the scary thing, though, if you think about it. If a judge asked you, hey, you've been doing that, the default for a lot of people would be like, whoa, what happened? I must have done something wrong somewhere. And they think they'll be held in contempt or God knows worse. They think they'll do more damage to JD if they say anything. So a lot of people go along to get along. I'm not saying that's what was there, too. I mean, honestly, if I were in the case, I'd probably watch it, too. I hate to say that, but it's true. I'd probably have watched that because it's my friend's life on stage. It's my friend that's going to be destroyed. So, yeah, I probably would have seen it, too. Unless they, let's be real about that. And we know the other side of that did that, especially in the UK 2020. We had Amber Heard being texted by her sister during the trial. So we absolutely know that's what happened. From what Adam, thanks for the 5 there. E-Hacker has E. Barflow's tweet. I also took a screenshot. Check with Dark News. Okay, I'll check that out for sure. Thank you. Christine Lawson, thanks for the 5. Arnica, Amica. Oh, there we go. Amica. Oh, it's a song. Apologies to George. You doing the. I'm terrible. I'm terrible with singing, though. I can't do the Amica Mill. You know, Amica. I can't do it. Thank you for that. Richard, thanks for the 2 there. Can you ask Nick? I think I recall Gina. Probably not. I'm going to say probably not. I think she's lost there. But at the same time, all of her stuff, if you look at what she was doing, it's really, she's not crucial in this for JD. She would have been character witness. She would have added on to certain things, but she was not a crucial witness. Torres, thanks for the 5 there. If you look at 513, 514, my Duders is on the stand. You'll see Rottenborn and Barflow interacting. Yeah, I saw the interaction through there. You know, I like I said, I couldn't see phone right up there. Cameron, thanks for the 20 there. You should just register as a news agency since you provide more factual evidence than the actual news. Well, you know, I never wanted to be a reporter or anything. I have like a thing that I do, and I never wanted to be a reporter. But you know what bothers me in all this? The fact that, somebody has mailed me those too. We'll pull them up. The thing that bothers me about all of this is these people, they don't tell the truth. And we do need something that's an alternative to their nonsense. Because if we don't have alternatives to their nonsense, if we don't actually... I'm pulling up the screenshots that people have sent and whatnot. Somebody told me, hey, you can watch the Law and Crime clip. No, I can't watch the Law and Crime clip from that. Because if I watch the Law and Crime clip, they'll take my channel down. That's a problem there. Here's the handoff for the phone. It did happen live, so... That's interesting. You can actually see the handoff live. I just pulled that up. I'm pulling all the screenshots that people have sent. So we'll look through those in just a second too, where you can see her actually doing the handoff. And thank you for you folks that sent me this stuff too, because like I said, I think it all matters. You know, I need the legendary journalist thing too, and somebody sent it so we can laugh about it. She told me she's a legendary journalist. That's right. She would try, like I said, when she was trying to take me down. Okay, yes, there is definitely the handoff caught on screen. Like I said, I need that for certain reasons, so I appreciate it. Like when this was happening, oh yeah, you can see her handing that off for show. Thank you, folks. Thank all of you. A few of you have brought it up too. And I appreciate all of you that brought that up. Yeah, Hacker too. I want to give him some love because he brought up the Eve Barlow legendary journalist thing. So I do want to give him some love. If you haven't checked out his channel, definitely do. There's a lot of good channels out there that cover. You know, I would do stuff like Signore does and put together a panel. But man, like. I just want to talk about what I saw there. I've been paneling for eight or 9 hours, you know, with Ricada Law. So, you know, after a while, I just want to sit here and talk for a few minutes. I love covering with Nick, but man, after a while, it's like, oh Lord. I'll show you those pictures in a few minutes, though. Maniac Malice, thanks for the 5. Well, that's fun. Blew up my phone with spam. Not able to grab any screenshots of the video, but the timestamp. So people gave me the timestamp for Long Crime. I can't watch Long Crime, though. Like I said, you know, and I appreciate you looking there, but Long Crime will strike our channels. They've stricken. That's what I say. Long Crime, be careful with Long Crime because they've hit, I know of 5 channels for just showing clips, like little bitty things. Like they're striking anyone because they think they own this freaking trial. And it's crazy because the feed there, what's the difference between their footage and other people's footage? They have a logo on it. So they apply a logo and they're striking people for covering this. I mean, it's insane. You know, it's insane. That was 9. Red KML, thanks for the 10. And the super sticker there. Appreciate that. Malice, thanks for the 10 there. Emailed you the screenshots of the legendary journalist tweet. Got those for sure. It's blowing up with spam since trying to crop that. Pass me the Amica cream. Yeah. So for Jim, thanks for the 20 there. Appreciate that. And the super sticker. Like that. Cute there. Thank you. Me, Queen G, thanks for the 5. Tug, are you going to keep this up live? Yes. Yes, I will. Hell's Gate, thanks for the 10. Good evening from the UK. Doug, providing comedy. Irony at its best. Vince, thanks for the 5. Truck driver on the road, thanks for keeping the drive fun. Hey, thank you all for keeping the channel rolling and having fun too. You know, I didn't plan on doing this live, but you never know who's going to pick this up. If the media ends up with it too, there are a few outlets that I would trust to put this out there, but their spin gets on my nerves. They get on my damn nerves. And they don't, most of them, again, there's a few out there that I trust, but by and large, I don't trust any of them. Gal Pal Val, thanks for the 15. You're having too much fun with this poop show, and we're having too much fun watching it, listening to you. Indeed. I enjoy it. I do. You know, because if it weren't for the buy-in that a guy had to have his life ruined to have this, then it would be a lot of fun, right? I mean, because it's absurd. But the problem is, in the reality of it, you had to destroy somebody's life to make all of this work, you know? It's funny too. Like you're doing God's work for that. The phone handoff, especially. You're doing the Lord's work. So thank you for that. Johnny's Girl, thanks for the 5 and the super sticker as well. Catch up a few more, and then I'm going to show you some tweets. Some beautiful tweets. Yeah. Venus666, thanks for the 449. Keep it up. Maniac Malice, thanks for the 5. Legal Bites, replayed the handoff during the live stream while in recess. I hate Law and Crime, too. I can get it from Andy, or, it's timestamps ASAP. Yeah, I mean, the Ricada Law stream also is good. I know for one thing for sure, I won't have any problems with Ricada Law because I'm there. Yeah, so I know I won't have any problems with that for sure. Yeah, it's part of my coverage, too. Gwen VD, thanks for the 5. Don't get too much live, so good to hear you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I usually never go live in the daytime to talk about things. Jamie, thanks for the 5 there and the super sticker too. So yeah, let me pull up these screenshots real fast. Like I think these screenshots, there's a lot of fun ones, there's a lot of funny ones, and more than anything, you can see the phone handoff. And the phone handoff, I got to send to myself in a minute afterwards too. So let's check out this phone handoff. Give me 1 minute here. Yeah, you can see, like, if you look through, look at that, too. Look at that. Look how blatant that is, too. Look at that Chromebook. Again, remember, they're not part of the legal team either. So people were taking pictures. Look at that. It's flagrant. The judge is like, I let you all do stuff up here because I thought you were part of the legal team. They brought computers in, for God's sake. Like there wasn't one. I mean, look, that is, you could see that from the freaking moon. Holy crap. I mean, she has a freaking, oh my God. Look at that stuff. But here's I might not have a really cool name like that umbrella guy, but I do happen to be a legendary journalist. Holy crap. Indeed. Okay, so let me show you okay, so you saw the one handoff with the phone, all right? So you saw him holding the phone. Now here's her ending up here's him conferring with Eve Barlow with that too. So check this out. Here it is. So you can see, look, he's got the phone. There's Eve Barlow. He's just gotten it there. Look, he's conferring with her, talking about, like, look. So you had that one screenshot plus, so you had the handoff all the way forward. The timestamp on that too is 5:06. You can see it going forward there. We need to go back. Like I said, you can see them conferring. What a mess. The timestamp on the Rekieta Law one is 5:0. Give me a second. Let me pull that up. Because I just want to watch that part of the trial. I mean, his lives too, man. 150,000, 160, 170,000 hits. I mean, that's just crazy, isn't it? See, all of that's going on. Like, they're doing all of this stuff while Gina Deuters is speaking. Like, that's the real tragedy to this is, again, she's giving live testimony. I'm going to pull it up because it's going to be like 2 minutes. We're going to watch it ourselves, all right? I'm going to let her speak too. So here's the live portion where it's all going on. So I'm going to get my screenshots out of there live. Let's check it out. So this is where it's happening live, okay? Make sure I turn the sound on, my bad. I don't remember checking the sound. Like on here, I wish you could just turn it on and the sound be on, but that's not how it works.
You know, a lot of his friends.
So she's given her testimony
and family
throughout
couldn't
all
make
of
it
this.
because it seemed to happen so quickly.
And again, it happens within these 2 minutes. This stuff happens real time. You can watch it play out.
And yeah, they seem to be having. Her and her friends seem to be having a wonderful time.
Where did the wedding take place?
On Johnny's Island in the Bahamas.
And did you have any interactions with Miss Heard during this time period? Or
Yes.
did you talk to Miss Heard when you were at the wedding?
Yeah. You know, there were dinners, and it was certainly.
So look.
You know, a
He's turning to
every
her.
Day. You know, Amber.
Look, here's the interaction.
Gave me my first.
There it is. The interaction. He's talking to her, telling her what they need to check out.
Everyone was on. Everyone, you know, like all her friends were on it, and so I tried that for the first time with them.
They're talking to the person
it
beside
was
them
like a
too,
party
because they're all
atmosphere.
involved in it. Look, they're all involved, and he's interacting
Just
with
briefly,
them,
can you
getting it done.
sketch
See,
out
he's
for us in a
talking
little
to
more
them.
Detail, how
So he's got
you
the
came
phone.
to take MDMA on that at the wedding.
Like I said, this is
Well,
going.
it was evening time. I think I was a bit hungover from the day before, and I can imagine those two saw me. And when they first
They're
dropped the
texting.
pill
Like
into my
Amber
mouth, I
Heard
thought
just
it was
handed a
like
phone up too.
supplement,
She's
like a
part of it
vitamin
too.
supplement to make me feel
They're
better,
all
but,
texting. They're all communicating together.
no, they quickly said it was MDMA, and I kind of decided to throw caution to the wind and just try it.
I mean, she strikes me as somebody who's fried her mind a little bit. I don't think she's intentionally deceiving. I just don't think she remembers.
You
I mean, again, that's crazy.
traveled with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard to.
You know, you're going to see this pop off in just a minute. It's going to pop off
possibly
right
other
here in just
locations
another
as
minute.
well. Can you tell us where else you traveled with them?
Can we get an interview? No, we can't. We can't interview her until later.
Well,
Hey, Nick, I gotta head out. I'll see you. See you, Tuck.
See you later, buddy.
Later, man.
And why did you go to Australia?
Because that's where Johnny would be shooting Pirates 5.
Okay, and approximately when do you think you were in Australia?
I think that I flew with Johnny and Jerry Judge and Stephen and a few others. I think that was February. And Johnny stayed in a house, and Stephen and I were based like a 35-minute drive away on the shoreline in the hotels.
Said, I'm showing this because of the
And I
way it
think
happens
Amber flew
live.
in a while afterwards.
It's contempt of court. What do you?
You
Well,
said you thought it was February.
It's even worse
You
than
recall
that
the year?
because this stuff is even worse because the way that it plays out, you have a lot of people are involved in it. Like, there's a lot of people, and none of them are going to pay. The only person that paid was Eve Barlow. She got kicked out of the court, which is funny.
So
Now,
we've
look, he's
got,
all up in this.
On the plane that I was on, it was Johnny,
Watch.
Jerry Judge, Stephen Dukes.
So she turns around. You've seen this part before.
Debbie Lloyd, and myself. And maybe one of
Go Flash, I saw you in the chat, boy.
Okay. You mentioned a name there I don't think we've heard before. Can you just tell the jury quickly who Debbie Lloyd is?
Okay.
So there's the interruption. They want to come forward.
All right. Well.
So you see them huddling because they know that
how's
they caused
going,
this.
Tug?
Yeah, it's just background information so far. I mean it.
Yeah.
So we watch this play out for just a second. I'm just gonna show it play out because then we're gonna let it play out on how it goes. Manufacturing evidence is a crime. There's somebody. Well, they got her kicked out, but I mean, God. Like, there should have been more to it. I can't believe that there wasn't some real hell raised about this. I mean, yes, they brought it up. I'm not trying to say that. But my God, man. Like, you got a witness kicked out of the courtroom by faking evidence, which they're communicating behind the scenes. They're are right in front of us during this. They interrupt the court proceedings.
Like cocaine, MDMA, weed. These people have access
with a
to
false
so
claim.
Much money. And
Ladies
so
and
much
gentlemen of the jury,
protection.
we just have to take a few housekeeping matters up, so we're just going to have you take a recess.
So they have the jury removed.
Uh-oh.
Again,
This is
don't do your
bad.
research and don't talk to anybody, okay?
You're going to try and qualify her on her expertise. By the way, she does have an Instagram for all of you simps. Gina Duders. I'll post it in the chat if anybody is curious. There's pictures with her and Johnny Depp and all sorts of stuff.
All right.
People like
Mr.
this
Stewart, I
crazy-
have a question for you.
Here.
Have you been watching the trial this past week?
I've seen clips of it online, yeah.
You've been watching, so you have seen parts of this trial?
Yeah.
Okay. And
So
witness
she messes
testimonies?
up like there. Like she admits.
Yeah, I've seen clips of
You've seen everything. All right. Does anybody have any follow-up questions?
Now look, right there. Whoops, shit. Okay, right there. That was a problem for her to admit. That's a problem. That's her own admission issue. But what do you do when a judge hits you up and is like, have you been watching this online? Have you seen witness testimony? Do you know exactly what's happening? Okay, fair enough. Gina Duders is out. All right, her own responses get her knocked out. Fair enough. No. Again, I can make qualifying statements all we want. The thing that they presented to the judge was fake to get it done. And the only damn thing that happens during all of that is that. I mean, Amber handed a phone too, because she was in communication with Eve Barlow the whole time. They've been passing notes. They have phones. They've been handing them back and forth. They were involved too. Texting in there. Again, that's not their team. Like, that's a real problem. It's a real problem. And again, all of this was predicated on lies. Again, what they turned over to the judge when they went up there was this screenshot, because they cut off the dates. They made sure. And the only reason that this stuff gets caught is because there's some sharp-eyed mofos out there that apparently saw it, that were around. So that got caught. But otherwise, they would have gotten away with this. And you know, if they would have went down the denial rabbit hole too, they could have possibly gotten away with it. So I mean, just think about that. Like, that's the kind of cases that we've seen. That's the kind of. But what would you expect again from a team that has already built a foundation of lies? Like, this should just go to the impeach. See, the tragic thing about this is the jury will never hear about it. The jury will never hear about how they were faking, about how they were conspiring in a courtroom to get people removed. They'll never hear about that, because if they did, it would impeach character even further. Like the best witness against these people are themselves. Again, the person that they're manipulating with, the person that they've coordinated with, the one that they deny any knowledge of, texting and doing all of this stuff, while again sitting there. It's she's attached to Amber Heard. Like, there's a problem. Like, this is messed up stuff. Like, these should be much more serious issues than Eve Barlow gets banned. I mean, yes, I agree Eve Barlow deserves to be out of the courtroom. This deserved. 100% deserved. But there should be a lot more to that, too. You should be seeing a lot more happening. Can Gina play confused and say, well, I'm thinking that she did herself in. She could probably, I mean, even if she makes, let's just be honest, her testimony is not that important in the scope of things. She's going to give character background. She's going to say she did drugs with Johnny. He wasn't out of control. She met Amber Heard. This is the way that she acted. She's going to introduce herself before Stephen Duders gets up there. Stephen Duders is going to be a big witness in all of this. He's going to talk about the airplane incident. He's going to talk about other incidents as well. So, I mean, all of this, again, it's testimony before the fact. So she's not so important in the case that she's a crucial witness. Now, the problem is, though, that, like, for me, I would have a question in my mind about how she got removed if I were a juror. Why the heck did she get kicked out of there? I would have these questions in my mind, and I don't think those are fair. But the real qualifier that she adds to all of this, again, if you look through, so there's a lot of, you can really look through, if you're new to this case, or even if you're not new to this case, and you really want to know stuff about it, there's a good website, Nick Wallace. He has all of the background for what these people have had to say over time. And you can look through, all of the witness statements. You'll notice, too, with witness statements, the people that work as witnesses for Heard, they're all attached to her in some way, or they've had relationships with her in some way. You don't have, like, police testifying on her behalf or anything like that. But when you go through the Stephen Duders testimony here, there's an incident that transpires on a plane. There's going to be a lot made of texts in the aftermath, but you heard how Amber Heard is a beast to try to placate. That's what a lot of people had to say. Like, here's the plane thing. Let me pull this up real fast. This is what she really was going to be used to qualify. So, in Stephen Duders' testimony, you can see that there's a map of a plane. You have the two like are sitting right here. She's going to talk about how he basically kicked her in the back and he went and he passed out in the bathroom. And they're going to play tape that's supposed to be him, but I mean, you can't tell what the heck it is. But if you look through this again, if you like the whole discussion, like they have a few incidents. Like the flight though is a big one. This is going to be his testimony from it, the private flight. After drinking heavily, the claimant threw objects at her, causing her to retreat to a different seat. The claimant then provocatively pushed a chair at her as she walked by, yelled at her, and taunted her. When she stood up, the claimant kicked her in the back, causing her to fall over. He threw his boots at her while she was on the ground. He screamed obscenities until he went in the bathroom at the airplane and passed out. So he's saying, I accompanied them. I was there. You saw my diagram, and that stuff was completely untrue. I could see her. She was speaking in an increasingly aggressive manner while he was focused on his notebooks, within which he often wrote or drew while flying. At this point, I had my headphones on, so I could not hear the specifics of what she was saying, but you could see the gestures, the mannerisms, which said that, she was up, her voice was range. She continued to harangue Mr. Depp, whereas he did not engage with the abuse he was receiving. At some point, she stood up. Her left side was toward Mr. Depp. Mr. Depp playfully attempted to tap her on the butt with his shoe. Not believe he made contact. So she says, oh, he kicked me. Have you ever, like, tapped somebody on the butt with your foot? Like, oh, it kicked me there. He kicked me. And, you know, they're like, well, the way he's sitting here, it's impossible that he could have actually kicked her in the back, like stretched out, kicked her and knocked her down. You know, he'd have to go into it sideways. Because you know how airplane seats are. They don't kind of work like that. Level of movement would not have been possible with a seated position, giving the layout of the airplane. However, she took great offense to what was clearly a harmless gesture, increased her abuse. By this time, I'd taken my headphones off. I could hear it. At this stage, Jerry Judge and I decided to intervene in order to attempt to calm it down, in which she was like, did you see him kick me? Jerry Judge took her aside, as he often had to do with her when she regularly lost her temper, attempted to calm her down in another part of the airplane. I believe he spoke briefly with JD, and then he retreated to the bathroom of the airplane, where he remained for the rest of the flight. It's a common theme, multiple times, where he was abused by her. He would take himself out of the situation, often to a bathroom, lock himself out of harm's way. During the course of the relationship, I remember him telling me multiple times, you know, that he had to do that. So again, you know, you see the narrative, you see how that comes together, and she's going to qualify him. She's going to qualify the relationship between Deuters and JD. She's going to talk about what Deuters actually represents, but at the same time, she's not going to. That's ridiculous. So I was looking at the video that I put out for this. You know, again, oh, we got a reason why this all happened. Yep, of course. Like freaking YouTube, they gotta throttle it, of course. So it makes it to 7 out of 10. I swear, this platform, man, it drives me nuts. And of course, the live streams, they demonetize. So that's why we get like 2,000 viewers instead of 10,000 viewers on it, because people do prop it up and they share this stuff, but it doesn't go out as large as it should. Man, these, I tell you, just crazy stuff. I'm telling you though, when you look at what happens in this entire trial, like I said, all these trials, again, I'm not pointing anything at the judge. I think this judge has been fair in a lot of things, but still, I mean, what do you have to do before you get kicked out of something? Because this is absolutely ridiculous. It is awful stuff. It is absolutely awful. Law and Crime is getting preferential treatment. You know why Law and Crime? You know why Law and Crime is so adamant to strike people down? Because they're getting like almost 1 million clicks off streaming for the day. So of course they'll strike anybody to make sure that they get that. If you look at their numbers for streaming, like they've been huge, and they want to protect that. Like it's craziness though. I find that to be sad. Man, this channel has already, this week, looking at the analytics, by the way, I think we've picked up 5,000 subscribers this week. It's crazy. Let me look at that. Give me 1 second. So April, let's see, the last 7 days for subscribers. Yeah, the last 7 days have picked up 4,700 subscribers. That's nuts. Let's hit a few more super chats real quick. Is there anything too, like we're going to talk about a couple more pieces of this, but is there anything that you want to, you're wondering about the trial as well? Because there's a few other things like that maybe I haven't answered. Hey, May, thanks for the 2. Ordered my Amica shirt. I think it's correct. Cloud666, thanks for that. Keep it up. Appreciate that. Reg, thanks for the 2. I think she thought she was going to get a mistrial. She's trying for it. I feel like that. Official Rogue Entertainment, thanks for the 10. Hey, what's up, Tug? Man, keep up the great work. Exposing all the lies and allegations. You're doing God's work. Justice for Johnny. This is crazy. Appreciate all the work you do. Keep up the great work. Thank you. Appreciate that. Warrior B, thanks for the 5. Tug, you beautiful soul. Can you please full screen on the video you play? Small phone peep. Yeah, it'll only. I can go. Okay, just to give you an idea for screening how this works. All right, let me show you this. So if I play it, I actually been messing around with it, and I may be able to get it to full screen from now on. There was an issue with there's a little button down in the playing thing, and it wouldn't work on there. So let's see if it'll work. Let me try this now. I wrote about it the other day. Let me try something, okay? Let's see if this will go full screen. All right, let me try this. Here, tell me if this full screens now. I wrote them to ask them if it would full screen because I couldn't get the button to work. There's a little full screen button. Can you see that full screen now? Because I wrote them about it, and I forgot to try it out again today. Did that go full screen? Just let me know. Rita M., thanks for the 10. Thank you. Appreciate that. Because if it went full screen, yeah, it is. All right, it's working now. For a while, my StreamYards for some reason would not full screen, and I wrote them about it, asking them why. Because when I share what I was doing, actually, I'll just show you this real quick. So the way StreamYards works, give me a second. The way StreamYards works, when you share something, you're just going to see the profile behind it. You see, like where I'm showing you things here? Like you have that, but then you have a button right here that gives you a full screen layout, or you can do your different presentations. And this would work as a presentation, but the full screen button wouldn't work. So I guess they fixed it. Awesome. I'm glad you mentioned that because I haven't been able to get it to work. Let me pull up that freaking handoff thing then again. Let's talk about it while they're... Like I said, I think it's even crazier when you look at what was happening on the Ricada stream, because when you look at that part, you can see multiple handoffs. You don't just see... well, what's crazy, like through this stuff too, is you can see, like, even before that, when Duders is speaking, if you look at like three minutes ago, for example, if you look 3 minutes ahead or 3 minutes back from when all of that transpires, you can see Heard's side of things, when they're speaking, when they're asking questions and stuff. And you'll see Eve Barlow is buried on a phone the entire time. Like, she is always on a phone. She's always on a device. Like, here's when the defense was actually asking questions about what was going on. Give me 1 second. I'll full screen this sucker for you then. So, yep, there he goes. All right, when you look at that, you can see Eve Barlow is here on a device already. Like, she is always on a device because that's what they were doing the whole time. For days... They have been investigating people's tweets. They've been looking into background information. And again, I don't personally care if you do that, but I care you do it in the courtroom because you're not allowed to do that in the courtroom. Like, she isn't an investigative journalist attached to, like, if she was an investigative reporter or something that was attached to to their side and she was turning over information. If the judge allowed that, then the judge would have allowed it. And the judge thought that's what they were doing. They were part of their legal team. They were added on to it. They were employed by them. They weren't just somebody that Heard brought in that she was in a relationship with. That, by the way, they deny is a journalist. They deny that Eve Barlow is a journalist. So her big thing in this is a denial again that she is a journalist whatsoever. That's going to be the big ho-ho, which I think it's funny. She's not a journalist? Okay, I'll take your word for it. Let's Surf Guy, thanks for the 10. Google keeps pushing me articles from Giant Freaky Robot about the horrendous text when Johnny was clearly venting. They never mention AH and her friends were talking about murder. Oh, no, they're going to do that. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, not even that. Okay, you're supposed to sit there. This is what pisses me off. You're supposed to sit there and you're supposed to take it when somebody burns your life down. You're supposed to be happy about it, and you're supposed to just lap it up and take it when somebody is accusing you of some of the most heinous crap ever. You're not supposed to say, man, I'd like to see their decaying corpse in the back of a Honda Civic or the trunk of a Honda Civic, because that's what he wrote. Or him talking about how I'd like to see the witch burned alive. You don't think that's fucking fair? Because I think it's very fair. I think it's a lot worse. I think some people, they would say, I would say much, much worse. I'd say it like to your face. Because I can't imagine. I can't even imagine having my life burned down like this. Everything that I worked for burned down by someone that I thought loved me and cared for me. They did this while my mama was dead and dying. I mean, like his mama died and then they hit him. He goes out, he still does a premiere after his mama is dead. Then, the day, doesn't break it up publicly. And what does she do instead of helping console him? She gives him a blackmail letter saying you're an abuser and you're a monster. Which was very stupid of her, by the way, because if you're going to send out a blackmail letter, you would think, don't hit somebody in a moment when they're going to be like, screw you, I will burn you down. But his response to it, I think, is very metered. Man, I mean, just to be honest, I would be so pissed off. Like the stuff that I would say, oh my God, I would make the heavens shake. Like I would be so mad in that moment. And they act like, again, that was an actual text. He would like to see her decaying corpse in the trunk of a Honda Civic. That's what we heard. And they're throwing, oh my God, what a disgusting tweet. Oh yeah, I wonder how those people at Giant Robot would feel if somebody accused them of rape or sexual assault, or dragging someone through glass. Like, what would they say? Oh my God, I'm so she needs to have her truth. No, fuck all that. We need to be loud, vocal, and say that this stuff doesn't stand. Like again, that's not turnabout either. That's not saying there's some quid pro quo. Oh, she said this and he said that. No, she did the worst thing that you can do to a human being. Now, call them, I mean, maybe she could have called him a pedophile, I suppose. She would have, probably, if he had kids. Because she called him a dog abuser. They had animals, which are their surrogate kids. So she did that, but she would have done anything. I mean, I very much get that feeling. Now, I'm going to pull up this stuff we were watching. Like, again, because that phone thing is kind of shocking to see. I'm going to pull it up live while we're discussing this. Because it is shocking to see how this stuff comes together. So here, let me pull this back up. Like I said, I'm disgusted by what I heard. I'm disgusted that people would even play this. I'm tired of this game of pretend where you're supposed to be nice and whimsical when someone burns your life down. Like, I'm tired of that. I'm tired of the lie in that. I'm tired of people pretending that you wouldn't respond volatilely to that, because you would. You would not take it. None of us would take that. If you would, then you know what? One day someone's going to steamroll your life because you're a pansy. Because you didn't work for anything. You just had it given to you for free. Obviously, because if you work for something and somebody takes it out of your hand, you will volatilely respond. Now, I'm going back to where we started watching that. Like I said, I thought that Amber Heard telephone thing was interesting too. I mean, you could see him, though. You can see all of this starting to come together. You can see the coordination and the manipulation. You can see the handoff of phones. Watch Amber Heard in this. Like she is playing with a phone, too. I thought that was fascinating because I didn't notice that. But you can see, look, he's turning around and he's talking to them during that. This communication and coordination. Like they're in the middle of the trial. They're texting one another. And we know that this is normal for Eve Barlow because all the way back to Roberta Kaplan. Roberta Kaplan was an older lawyer. She was the person that was a co-founder of hashtag Time's Up. She's the one that burned down hashtag Time's Up, basically, for trying to help out someone in attacking quote-unquote victims behind the scenes. You know, people, their mission statement was, if you say these things, we listen and believe you, and you're a victim. Well, they were attacking people behind the scenes. Well, all the way back then, she was communicating. Somebody leaked messages and texts of that yesterday. They leaked just an army of text messages and on. But if you look at that again, you can see them leaning forward, talking to him. This is in the middle of testimony. So doing all of this stuff real time. Like I said, keep an eye on Amber Heard too, because look, she's playing in the game too. Look, she's pointing it out to her. See, so you have him discussing here with these people, Putting that all together, hey, we can get her disqualified for that. And they have their big cheering circle after it happens. But Heard's in on it too. Like, they're using devices in the front of the court. Look at it. It's clear as freaking day right there. Like, the whole legal team, like the other lawyers are like, what's going on? Look. Handoff. See, he's part of it too. They're all part of that. Amber Heard was using a phone in the courtroom to communicate with Eve Barlow. All these people, she has put them on this. She has put them on ruining people. Because that's their job. And again, if you doubt what I'm saying in that, if you don't think that Amber Heard is part of this, if you don't think that her team, again, the person that removed Adam Waldman for Twitter, bragged about it, the one that was doxing behind the scenes, you have them bragging that they're in contact with Amber Heard's team. They're talking about their lawyers, and on top of that, you have Amber Heard following them and giving them head pats and beyond. Oh yeah, they're neck deep in it. They are. They're not. People aren't doing they're finding and digging up stuff for them, but they're neck deep in it too. Give me a second though. I've got to get something right here. I want to show something here. I said I need something on there. I'm taking a screenshot for a few things. I'm grabbing a few screenshots out of this just for myself. I need them. That's crazy stuff, isn't it? I mean, it's hard to believe that these people, they did this. I mean, AH herself handing off things. Like I said, this is all fluid here too. So I'm clipping a few things. I'm sending to myself. Let me pull this back up so you can continue to watch it as it goes forward. But I'm like I said, I'm clipping a few things. I'm making sure that I have them for myself. But yeah, just watch their behavior through that. Again, handoff. You have old Rottenberg. He's like sitting there, like he's off screen talking to him. Like, it's nuts. You're supposed to be in the middle of a trial, communicating back and forth, and what do you get instead? Oh, you get people that are, again, they're doing that kind of stuff. It astounds me. It astounds me to see. But I mean, like I said, if you watch her go through all of this, it's not just, like I said, it's not just one or two things that end up popped up. You have an army, a litany of issues that appear here. And like I said, I'm astounded. I'm astounded that this is allowed in a courtroom. Like, how exactly does that happen? Again, I'm not trying to throw any shade at a judge or anything like that. And again, if you're at the court or anything else, be on your best behavior, kids. I mean, seriously. You got to be on your best behavior. You know why? Because they're going to try to get you removed. This is going to increase. What's going to happen here is they're going to increase what they're doing. They're not gonna slow down the dirty work and the nastiness. They're going to increase it. They're going to start trying to remove everyone from it because that's who they are. Like I said, I'm astounded that they essentially got a slap on the hand or a slap on the wrist for what they were doing in the courtroom. I'm sending some messages too. You got to give me a minute here, people. Taking me a minute. Like, look at this stuff. I'm so irritated by what I'm seeing. You know what I know, though? I know that they can play these games all they want. But Depp's innocent. They just prove it over and over again. Because if he was not innocent, why would they have to go to these links? Why do they have to go to this link to try to shut the man down? I mean, riddle me that. If they thought they could win, why would they have to shut him down like this? They wouldn't. They absolutely wouldn't. It just drives me nuts, like I said. And you see the judge kick out everyone. Like, the judge brings this up. And again, how does this look to a jury? How do you think that comes up with a jury? What do you think the judge, or what do you think the jury thinks when they see this stuff go on? Because I know if I were the jury, I'd be like, what? Something bad has happened here. And I would think there was some kind of guilt. Again, that's them. They're tarring and feathering they're tar and feathering the man. But I mean, look at how that plays out. She asks, she's like, yo, and then she gets removed for it. And again, it all boils down to, like I'm saying, 2 tweets. This one that looks like something actually happened, and this, what she really posted. What annoys me, again, I understand that Gina Deuters said, yes, I'd been watching and stuff, but what were you supposed to say when a judge, I mean, again, it's just like the same thing that we see from people that deal with law enforcement. You know, when you're cornered, when you're afraid in a moment, you say some things. You admit to crap that maybe you didn't do. And that, like I said, that drives me nuts to really think about when you get down to it. 2012, thanks for the 5. Tug, you've not mentioned judge does not know that Eve Barlow asked to delete evidence. It's all the fault of A.R.'s attorney. Bar complaint, yeah, for sure. I mean, there are a lot of, you can complain to the bar about it. You can make all kinds, but in the trial, you've got to make this count for something too. Navy vet for the love for the broken. Thanks for the 5. AH&EB, the ability to have a witness ejected from the courtroom has made Fox News now. Someone is leaking to the media. Oh, you mean where they got the person ejected, or you're talking about where they got burned for it with the documentation? I figure the documentation will make its way out there eventually. I just I wanted to show you what was going on, but before the media, I want the media to pick this story up too. I do want the media to pick it up for sure. I want it going everywhere, but I don't trust the media to get it out there as it's supposed to be, you know? Yeah, when they say leaking to the media, yeah, what they're saying is people are talking to the media, and they're saying to the media that that this is going on or that is going on. And again, remember, the person that's bringing all this down, they even deny that she's a journalist. Well, here's your proof right there. You know, she's not a journalist. She's a legendary journalist. So they even lied to the court about her journalist statute. You know, they want to lie. They want to tell you that that's not part of it. Like I said, she admits that she's a journalist too. She's a legendary journalist, baby. Like that annoys me as well. She 100%. One second. I'm checking on something real fast. I'm also, like I said, I'm screenshotting. I'm making sure that anybody that needs to see this, they get to see it. So, like I said, this is a liquid situation, you know. I think that's important too. I think it's very important that, again, these items, they go out to who. You see, if she's going to deny in a courtroom that she's a journalist, well, then you provide the proof that she's a journalist. Her own words. I mean, she went after me saying that she was a journalist, so how does she get a denial like that? I'm providing that real quick. But you see, I mean, when she went after me and tried to get me knocked offline, she admitted she's a journalist. Why does that matter? Like I said, in her own statement, quote, give me 1 second, I'll pull this up where it's stated here. Quote, looking for that statement real quick. She denies, like I said, that the side of that certain Aquaman starlet, they say that she's not a journalist. They try for denial. They deny again and again. They're afraid that the judge is going to, like you said, they may give them a mistrial or something because this is a problem. It's a big problem. It influenced the court. You have somebody that's working on their side that was brought in pretending. Again, if the judge thought that this person was representing them in the courtroom and they weren't representing them in the courtroom, here, let me show you the statement here, okay? I'm going to clip it. All right, I'm going to clip and upload it so you can see the denial versus the reality, all right? I'm going to show you the denial. So this is the denial that she is a, well, here, I got to put it into the thing that we're looking at here. God, it keeps filling up all the time just because I make fun of so many things about this trial. But I want you to see the denial by her team. Screenshot. Here's her team denying. First of all, Eve Barlow is not a journalist. See that? Eve Barlow is not a journalist. Versus Eve Barlow said, I am a legendary journalist. Which is it? Eve Barlow's team, I'm not a journalist. Her own mouth, I happen to be a legendary journalist. Which is it, babies? Which is it? I don't want a mistrial. I want it to start. Well, if they're gonna eliminate people, though, you know. Did I screenshot her asking to delete pics? Yeah, I had that. I put that up a little while back. So give me a minute. Let me see. Had her asking for deletion of But I was surprised. Like, if you're ever surprised by you seeing them actually admit that they want to delete evidence or they want to do something crazy. Yeah, I've got that screenshot. My God. Hey, does anybody have that like really handy so I don't have to roll through and find it? Because it's if somebody would just mail it to me really fast, I would like that too, because that's part of the metadata discussion, and that's actually important as well because it goes to the metadata. I may have it like right on hand, but that goes to her not being. She said that she wasn't. Here it is. Wait, I got it. Nobody needs to send it. Here you go. So this goes to. Remember her saying that she isn't attached to this team. She doesn't, do dirty work for them and all of that. Well, she just jokes around. She was goofing off in the process. Well, here you go. I got you another picture too. This is her responding to the idea of metadata, asking again if we can have deletions of it. So the judge, if you don't know about this, the judge ordered on November the 8th, 2020, that they had to turn over metadata, right? It had to be turned over by November the 30th, okay? So she asks 2 days after that decision, does anybody know how to get rid of metadata? Do you know how to get rid of evidence? I mean, look at that. I mean, that's just flagrant, isn't it? Again, now that you know that she's connected with their team, now that you know that she's living girlfriend with that certain Aquaman starlet, isn't that a problem? Not the brightest? No. I mean, again, this is her girlfriend. This is her travel companion. If you look up Eve Barlow and Amber Heard, you'll find plenty of, well, here, let's show that too. So if you look up Amber Heard and Eve Barlow online, if you check them out online, what you find is just a litany of pictures of the two together, like doing just ordinary stuff. And again, you be with who you want to be, but like I said, I don't think it comes as any shock to anyone that the two, like look at all the photographs of them like together doing all types of stuff, and it's from that time period. So when she's asking to delete evidence, to dump data, I mean, that should be a problem. And then you have her in court doing dirty work for her. That's a problem. Pretending to be part of a legal team, that's a problem. Like, where do you have to go before it's something that's a real issue and not just gets them booted out of a freaking courtroom, but something more happens? And again, I'm not shaking my finger at the judge being like, oh, you do this, you do that. But at the same time, what the heck? Hey, Ivy, Jack, thanks for the 2. Howdy. Loved you on RGE's stream last night. Thank you. Appreciate that, man. I wanted to talk about it. I think this is an important trial. Like when I was talking about it, I thought it was very important to bring up that kind of stuff, Beth, thanks for the 10. I had no idea this was happening to JD. Was under a rock for a number of years until 2 weeks ago. I was indifferent about JD until I saw this crap. Now I'm 100% behind him. Yeah, and here's the thing that I really feel like I need to say over and over again. It's not about celebrity. Like myself, I don't like the idea of celebrity. Now, I think JD is a good person. Actually, if you want a real feel for who the guy is, look at what he does with Captain Jack Sparrow. The guy puts his Captain Jack Sparrow stuff in a box, takes it with him on trips. But you know what he doesn't take? He doesn't take paparazzi with him. You put it on the other side. Amber Heard calls the freaking paparazzi to go shopping for groceries. Kate James told us a day ago that she would have to go out and pick up 2 tabloids for anything she popped up in and hide them from JD. You know why she had to hide them from JD? Because JD's not a fame whore. He doesn't like the paparazzi behind. He doesn't need that. And I'm sure that if he would have seen all of that, it might have given him a different impression of the person early on. See, people are really good at manipulation. Some people. They tell you everything you need to know. And you know, all of us, we have a hole in us. Everywhere, somewhere inside, no matter your level of success, no matter how secure you feel in yourself, there's something. You need to feel more loved. Need to feel more appreciated. You need to, as you get older, you need to feel more, I don't know, sexually attractive, whatever's in that. You need more. And there's always someone that can manipulate you and ruin you because they know how to push that button. And but the reality was, like I said, Kate James, she's carrying around, having to pick up the other stuff that they wouldn't allow in with Kate James, by the way. The devastating stuff was that Amber Heard was taking her son and using him for photo ops. You know what JD was doing behind the scenes with her son? That not his employee, but you know what he's doing behind the scenes? He's playing guitar with the kid. He's picking up, when he goes on vacation, he picks him up presents and on. He's doing nice things for this person because they're there, because that's the mark of someone you don't see. You would never hear about this stuff either, except somebody else brought it up, because not turning that into publicity, but on the other side of it, like I said, she'd pull that kid in, she'd use them as photo op, because, oh, look, I love that kid. Even worse than that, though, the true nastiness that Kate James brought up and was not allowed into the courtroom was the fact that Kate James had her rape story stole. I mean, she brings this up in deposition, but again, it's not allowed in. You're not allowed because it would be considered prejudicial, right? But I want you to listen to this. Yellow Flash did a good video on it too. But in videos, you have to be careful what you say. So I just want you to hear this. When I was 26 years old and traveling in Brazil, I was violently hit by an unknown male at Machete Point, having been woken by the perpetrator while sleeping alone in my dwelling. This ordeal, it went on for 5 or 6 hours. I narrowly escaped with my life. This torturous experience of my extreme sexual violence has haunted me ever since and permanently changed the trajectory of my life to this day. Over the years, I've shared this incident with many close friends, family, and therapists. So in 2013, this is when she's picking up with Amber Heard. She thinks that, this is her friend because she's bringing her in. She's treating her like a friend and a confidant. She said she became aware of what happened to me when I talked about it to a friend of hers at her apartment. She summoned me into her office where we sat on the couch and she questioned me about it. She was curious as how I coped with it on a daily basis. So she's asking questions about how, here's the thing that you see from a lot of these false accusers. They will take some, and I know this for a fact because I work in mental health. I've worked there for many years. I've worked with victims. I know what a victim looks like. I've seen many a victim. And also, let me say this too. So there was a therapist that went out and was talking about JD and that certain Aquaman starlet. They were talking about their relationship. And that therapist was terrible in a lot of ways. Like for myself, when I heard her say that, like JD made a certain statement and she was asked, did he say what that meant? And she said, no, I knew what that meant. That's not what you do in therapy. You don't make inference or assume anything. That's not how that works. But she did. Like, that disgusted me. I'm sure they got paid like money hand over fist. I work with impoverished folks a lot of times and private insurance as well. Like with Medicare, Medicaid, and then also private insurance, maybe like Blue Cross, Blue Shield. Normally I don't do marital counseling typically, but you do get clientele that will want you to talk to their significant other, and you end up doing essentially marital counseling. One of the things you never do, again, is make inference. Oh yeah, well, A equals B. No. You don't assume that. You have to have clients say A is A, B is B, etc. And she did that, and it just bothered me. But anyway, you got to feel for who she was when she was talking to that therapist. She wouldn't let JD talk. She kept bringing up things not with him in the room. When he was out of the room, she would bring up the idea of violence. She would bring up the idea of accusation. It was just disgusting stuff. And it pisses me off as a human being, but it also really pisses me off as a therapist. But she also says, Amber Heard suggests she buy a gun. I personally, I'm a U.S. citizen. Not to belabor that point, I own many firearms. Yeah. Here, the police, they're not good sometimes. They're late. Hour and 45 minutes is our response time here. Yeah, I don't own a gun. But she says, too, this is a very important statement. You can tell this is something that you see stolen from her, too. I see myself as a rape survivor and not a victim. And that's an important distinction that you will see brought up again and again. And this was stolen from her, too. You could see it pop up along with parts of her story. A victim is caught in the moment, and they can't move past it. Like, that's what it's like to be victimized. You're stuck. A survivor knows that indelibly is part of their life. They will never move past it because it is part of them. As she says, it's part of me. It's permanently changed the trajectory of my life, but you can walk forward still. So, those words do matter. They do, because it's part of a reflection of mindset. But in 2020, she said, I received documents pertaining to my involvement on behalf of the claimant in this case. As I looked over all of those documents, I was shocked and dismayed to find that she had stolen my conversation about that and twisted it into her own story to benefit herself. What kind of monster do you have to be to do that? Okay, James brings up a lot of things. Now, the UK trial, now Kate James has a lot more to say too. Like there was an initial deposition before UK 2020 when it was first taken. Oh my God, it was long, and it had a lot of stuff added into it. What we found out though, one of the things that she introduced, see, the thing that's used against JD all the time, and I totally disagree with, by the way, is substance abuse makes you a domestic abuser. Myself, I have a history of substance abuse. You know what? I wouldn't talk about that forever because I know how that's societally judged. But sometimes that helps people when you talk about it. So I finally started, but you see how that can be weaponized when you allow people in and you let them know what you're going through, the demons that you face. The fact that you have that there to manipulate it. And on the other side of it, we found out from Kate James that Amber Heard, we're going to hear this from a few people too, like Starling Jenkins, for example, and from nurses and on, that Amber Heard liked to take mushrooms. She liked to snort cocaine. And again, that's no value judgment on you. But what is a value judgment is when you have a baseline of 2 bottles of wine a day and you want to throw around statements about substance abuse equals domestic abuse. Well, I guess that explains why you're punching people and hitting them and kicking them then, because really that's not a reflection of substance abusers. That statement is a reflection of yourself because you're a monster. But there are a lot of documents. Actually, the Kate James stuff that wasn't brought into this too. There's other statements that kind of they impeach her character. I'm talking about Heard's character when they talk about things like Australia. See, Australia, for some reason, Australia still has not gone to trial. It still is being belabored. I think it's because of the involvement of a certain rocket man. I think when you have a billionaire who can just say, I want to say whatever I want to say on Twitter, and I'm going to do that by buying Twitter. Yeah, I think that says that they could probably do any damn thing they want to you, right? I mean that's pretty clear. Yeah, like they're going to be able to do harm. They're going to be able to cause damage, but in that, you have Kate James who brings up what happened with Australia and more. Like, she has 2 witness statements. She talks about her early employment. She talks about, the alcohol abuse for that certain Aquaman starlet, about her consuming vast quantities of red wine each night. Now, on the other side of it, JD, this has been recorded too, and this is something that gets downplayed so much, and it pisses me off as well. It pisses me off as well. She would buy JD non-alcoholic beer because he was trying to quit. Let me pull up something again. I'm going to laugh about it. I need this for just a second, okay? I need to pull up the not a journalist thing. I need it for something real fast, okay? Like I said, I'm doing like 10 things at once, but this is important too. Isn't it funny? Like, these people want to pretend. Again, they want to play this game. Anyway, let me throw this back out there. Sorry about that. I just needed that screenshot for a second. All right, so Kate James, though, again, look, non-alcoholic beer. Non-alcoholic freaking beer. So he's such a substance abusing monster. She's such a substance abusing monster that he wants near beer because that's all she would allow him to drink. See that? Like you think about it. Okay, here's the thing too. In my household, right? If I, like I said, I have substance abuse. Right? A bad one. Okay, I'll just say a very bad one. And it the only reason that got fixed was because I looked at my life. I thought, man, my kids are going to be on the way. I've got to change my life. I got to change because I can't be this and be a father too. I can't. I'm out of control, and I want to be. I want to be a good father. So when I got help, I screwed up a few. When we're talking about JD as well, you had his doctor come in talking about substance abuse, and you have people, it kills me when people bring this stuff up too. So I was talking about how he had failed drug tests because they were saying he's failing drug tests, this is coming up. He's a freaking addict. He's trying to fix these problems, and you know what? You fail. Like, I relapsed. I don't remember how many times, because when you're there, like, you can feed anything, like the availability, the insanity that goes around. I mean, it's hard to be that thing, especially when you've not been that thing forever, when you've been off the rails for a long time. But yeah, when somebody's doing it around you, like, hey, I'm going to drink a vast quantity of this, or I'm going to use a vast quantity of drugs, but you sit over in the corner and eat apples and drink near beer. It doesn't really work, does it? That's what they do, though. So she brings up, though, over the relationship, she would go to the house almost every day. That included weekends. I would announce, when that would come up. And she never once saw any sign of altercation, any sign of anything that went on. And again, they dismiss Kate James as being an angry ex-worker. That's their whole thing. Were you angry that she actually dismissed you? Well, she didn't dismiss her, first of all. She unceremoniously fired her. So yes, you're going to be mad about that. But does that mean that you would go and lie and ruin them? What's funny is she talked about how Amber Heard supposedly paid her 6 weeks of severance pay. That's what she was announcing. I paid 6 weeks of that severance. Well, that is a highly contentious statement, because Kate James says that never happened. She never actually did that for me. So what really happened? Don't really know. But she said during all of that, again, for years, she never saw any physical violence by any of them. Okay, that's a big statement. Like, Amber Heard wants to dismiss her. Okay, well, she's saying I didn't see any violence, from either party. Like, I think that's important. If she wanted to throw Amber Heard under the bus, she would just say, yeah, I saw her beating the crap out of JD every freaking day. You know, because she's a monster. And she is, by the way. She absolutely is a monster. But, I mean, that's all she'd have to say, right? Yeah, I saw her beating on him. She's the devil. Of course she did. She'd say, I saw her naked. She'd walk around naked. I'd see her semi-naked. She'd be walking around. I saw that often, like 7 days a week, and there was never any evidence of what she was claiming. Like, these are her witness statements. Again, in the UK, we saw her speak. Actually, it was a taped version, so it didn't. But when you look through it, especially, like, there is another version of this thing too, one that wasn't allowed into the courts. Holy crap, that was explosive. Like, that one talked about her being addicted to acne medication. It talked about her taking, like, multiple times what she was supposed to be taking with it. She was also addicted to Provigil. My father, when he was dying of cancer, he was given Provigil as part of memory retention, but also, I mean, when he would take drugs for his cancer, it would increase it exponentially. If you drink with Provigil or you take drugs, like the way Provigil does is it impacts with your liver, the metastasizing of items. So you take, like Nick Rekieta was saying the other day, he would take like two drinks of something, and he took Provigil, and it jacked him up. It would send you over the rail. And I don't know if you've ever met like a really angry, mean drunk. Even if you were saying that certain Aquaman starlet was a great person outside of drinking, that person had a baseline of 2 bottles of wine a day. Baseline. When I say baseline, that's an average. That's your starting point. And vast quantities, I mean, that's a lot of wine to consume every freaking day, right? You have multiple people. There's this guy named Ben King. He hasn't been introduced yet, but Ben King was the cleanup guy. He cleaned up Australia famously. That's where JD loses a finger. When he cleans that up, he ends up talking about finding the finger. He ends up talking about how he ran into that certain Aquaman starlet, how she was acting in the aftermath of that on. But he talked about her baseline for consumption. And her baseline for consumption was out there. Like, again, 2 bottles of wine baseline. That's nuts. What I mean by that is when you're really off the hook, how many bottles, if you're drinking 2 a day and that's just your norm for operation, because you're a functional addict is what they like to say. I was looking for the word there. I kept thinking working, but it's not right. You're a functional addict. That is your baseline for functioning throughout the day. If you're drinking 2 bottles of wine is your functional level of addiction. Whew. And again, that's not a value judgment. JD was an addict. There are a lot of addicts out there. But you know what Gina Duders was saying when she was on the stand was that JD, like if he consumed cocaine, for example, they consumed cocaine together, he would become quite chatty. That's very true, by the way. Uppers make you chatty. In other words, water is wet. I mean, they do. Uppers make you very, very chatty. They make you, you feel like you could do anything. She also said that he could handle his liquor very well. I imagine. I imagine that he could as again a functional addict. But and the key word is functional in there. Like becomes dysfunctional is like he's working and doing things. What's she doing? She's creating an abuse story behind the scenes. I don't know how functional that is. Star Eve, thanks for the 8 there about the therapist. It was unprofessional, but thankfully she was able to prove the case by saying that she hit Johnny many times, not just for his sister. Well, she also, here's your problem that you're going to run into with this, and I think Nick Rekieta brought this up very well, and it's a good question, I think. What is domestic abuse? How does that equate? See, the problem with what the therapist was saying is she made inference. Johnny said she gave as good as she got. Now, what does that mean? Well, Johnny Depp didn't say. That could be yelling. Well, she gave as good as she got, you know. She would yell, and you know, if I got mad and I yelled, she would yell back. I mean, you don't know. You don't know what that said. You could just mean, you know, anytime she got mad, we would have a dance off. And you know what? I would get up on the stripper pole and I would dance because I'd look sexy. But you know what? She gave as good as she got. She'd get up on the stripper pole and everybody would give her tens. We don't really know. Obviously, that's stupid to say. But you know what? You made an inference in that. You assume what it means, and you can't do that as a freaking therapist. You are an expert. You are trying to fix problems, and you can never truly understand. And what's even worse than that, this lady is she's spending 3.5 hours with these people. My God, that is a torture session. Like she was talking about, like JD walked out on something. I walk out too after an hour. The longest appointment that, like, if you came to me and we were having some kind of a discussion, the longest appointment that you and I would have would be for 1 hour and 45 minutes for an intake session. So I would find out everything that I could. I would ask you a lot of questions. We would get to know one another. But I would even try not to go 1 hour and 45 minutes going through there. I would put everything that you said through scaling. So I would look at like if you're saying you're anxious or depressed in a situation, I would look at those, and I could be able to do all that in 1 hour and 45 minutes. This lady was taking 3.5 hours. Like, that's insane. Can you imagine sitting in a room with 3.5? That's like half a work shift. You know, it's crazy. Like, that's a lot of times. And of course, you know, like one of the reasons that you have counseling sessions for, like, some people swear by 30 minutes. Some people swear by 45 minutes. Typically, you don't get hours out of that. The only time I would spend an hour would be like if I were trying to help out kids a lot of times. Kids, it would depend. Some kids, it would take so long to get them to talk that you would need an hour to sit there. But typically with an adults will communicate. Adults know what they want to say. And you've bridged that, and you don't want to get to the point where people get pissed off and nothing happens. Because, again, you know, there's going to be some statements. Now, the therapist also said that Heard would never let him talk. She would just overspeak him all the time. And when he was by himself, he was actually very articulate, which is interesting too, because she made another value judgment about Depp. She said that like she was surprised. Oh man, you know, he's actually very articulate. No shit. Have you heard the man speak? He is very much so articulate. You know, he's influenced by the gonzo journalists. Like, a lot of their work isn't just, see, they talk about on the stand, they were saying, well, he's influenced by the drug writers. Like, they boil these people down. Drug culture. That counterculture wasn't just about drugs. It was about rebellion. That entire time. You know, Hunter S. Thompson. I mean, if you look at that, we know the two were good friends. Hunter S. Thompson wasn't just talking about drugs. I mean, he had some great stories with drugs, but he was talking about mindset, rebellion. He was talking about counterculture. There were very valuable statements in that too. And they just boil it down to drug culture. But I thought that was interesting with the therapist there. But she did say, what I found very interesting was, she said, and this was individual sessions with Amber Heard. So by herself, she would say, well, Johnny Depp, at first, he would start physical fights with me and I would just respond. But after that, I just started the altercations. So she admitted, again, Johnny Depp's not there to defend himself or say anything about that. She's making statements, and the therapist added to that behind the scenes, Amber Heard was also asking about getting divorced. Also asking, should she go and make claims first? So she was already priming that. She knew that if they broke up, that she needed to be the first one to go out and make claims. Like, you know what's crazy about this? If Johnny Depp would have been the one to go and make a claim first, if he would have decided to go for a TRO, do you know how the media would have treated him? Do you know how society would treat him? It would be sad when men do something like that. And again, you know, this is a problem. I think a lot of people, people like to blame this on women, but I blame this on society when I say this. Men have their own unique issues. One of the issues, you can't ask for help as a man. If I were being abused, I tell you for real, I would never admit it. I mean, luckily, I'm in a very positive relationship. I have support around me, but if I didn't have that, I would never admit it publicly because I couldn't. And that's just me as just a normal person. Like, imagine somebody where you have your livelihood tied to it. If he would have gone out, you know what he would have gotten? He would have either gotten that from the media, yeah, and that would have been sad because that's the reality, you know. Or they would have done a little, oh my God, but also they would have booed him. That's right, because he's supposed to be he's supposed to be the picture of masculinity, and he needs to suffer in silence. That's what they tell you. That's what society tells you. That's what the media especially would have told him. Oh, you know, not such a man now, you know, and it would have been terrible because really this guy is abused. And all of the lessons that you take, like what's amazed me through this trial is all of the lessons that you take from a female being abused, all of the things that happen in relationships where we understand why people stay in volatile relationships, they go right out the window when it comes to a man. like I've heard people make it's like the same argument. If something terrible happens to a woman, you know, there are people out there that'll be like, well, look at what she was wearing. And we all know that that's disgusting behavior, right? Oh, it doesn't matter what you're wearing. No one deserves that. Well, they have that. It's tantamount to that. Only what he's wearing is the gear between his legs. Because he was born with it. Because it's not Maybelline, baby. You know? He didn't apply enough Amica cream and it didn't disappear. I swear, these people are a bunch of nut jobs. Anyway, so she would talk about how Johnny would act, though, around her kid. She would say he was calm, he was quite shy. In all of my experiences with him, he always seemed thoughtful and kind, like a genuine person. I remember on one occasion when I had to bring my son back to work with me after picking up with school, Johnny would be there, we'd hang out. He taught him how to play guitar. He was patient and kind with him. I would never have left my son with Johnny Depp while I was working if I had any concerns whatsoever. He would bring presents, you know. You see all of that discussion. Well, there was another. He's not the employer either. You got to remember that. Amber Heard is the employer for Kate James. On the other side of it, like I said, there's statements in the initial drafting of this that talk about how Amber Heard used her kid. And in some instances, she used her kid as a photo op. She took him out there and paraded him before paparazzi. So, I mean, again, if you want to look at the person, and what does that tell me, by the way? It tells me about what kind of personality they have. If a person will do anything at all for a little whiff of that stardom, what will they do to maintain it? How far will they go? And in this instance, I think they'll go anywhere that they need to go. Anywhere. Like they're you know. Just crazy. There's also this instance that she wasn't allowed to bring up in this too. And it impeaches her character. It's about Homeland Security, okay? The UK, this was brought up in the UK, but it wasn't brought up here. Again, this is saying that she's not a trustworthy person. She had this lady working for her named Savannah McMillan. She was a personal assistant. It's actually what I thought Eve Barlow might have been, you know, a free personal assistant these days. That's how, you know, tote my bags, carry my box wine, all of that, right? But there was a Homeland Security letter. I'm going to pull this up. I want you to see this. So Kate James supplies a check that shows that this lady was indeed an employee. She wrote a check to her, and then she supplied a very blurry letter to Homeland Security. I'm going to pull this up, and I want to read it to you because she lied to Homeland Security about about Kate James being here as a friend versus an employee. But listen to this. To whom it may concern, my name is Amber Heard. I'm a proud, lawful American citizen. I'm writing this letter in response to a fraudulent report made against my English friend, Savannah McMillan. It has come to my attention that initially, at the time, she was in the United States visiting me. So she goes through, she's visiting. She's just here, like, again, visiting. She's not working for me. But during that, there were statements against her without any proof or corroboration. As her friend, I can truthfully and unequivocally say that the allegations against her are entirely false. This allegation, it bears no proof whatsoever. I would like to go on the record to say Samantha McMillan is a personal friend, to my knowledge, has never worked unlawfully or otherwise in the United States or for me. Again, there's a check that's attached to this too that shows that she was working for her, but that apparently it doesn't matter. There's also Samantha McMillan, not Samantha McMillan, but Kate James also provided something attached to the Australian mess. Now you got to remember this too. So when Kate James was an employee of Amber Heard used her as blame to get out of the mess in Australia, right? She blamed a few people, but Kate James was one of the people that she threw under the bus. Okay, so Kate James is actually an Australian citizen. So in the highest courts in Australia, she was treated like absolute crap. So Kate James was saying, you know what? This lady will lie to anyone. You see this letter right here in front of you? This is to Kevin Murphy, and it's asking, hey, can you maybe help Kevin, or it's about Kevin Murphy, not to, but about Kevin Murphy, saying, hey, can you help Kevin procure a slightly altered health document that has their shots? Can you help us, basically, do we have a vet that we can grease? Do you have somebody that we can pay off? Now, in the UK, again, the UK treated this like it was nothing. They didn't treat it to impeach. Again, this shows you the level that a person's willing to lie at. If they're willing to lie, what the question is, they're writing, they make themselves, out to be somebody that would never lie, they would never manipulate, they would never do any of this stuff. Well, you can see here that is not the truth at all. You can see multiple incidents of it. And in the UK, that was thrown out. That was not allowed. That idea, not the evidence, but that idea, it was tossed to the side, because how dare you actually tell the truth about one Amber Heard? Man, if you haven't subbed to my channel, by the way, I appreciate you if you would. We've picked up like 5,000 people in the last few days, and it's crazy. After this trial, I don't know what I'll cover the next time. I'm not sure where I'll go after this, but I find these kind of cases fascinating because, again, I think that this culture that is allowed false accusation culture, essentially, to give rise, I think that this stuff needs to be challenged, and it keeps coming up. It absolutely keeps coming up. You want to hear something crazy? So I put fundraiser tabs in my on a couple of my videos, and the channel raised $700 and something on a couple of those. I forgot about. That's interesting. I didn't know that. I just noticed it while I was pulling up the super chat. So let me go over a couple more of these. Little Old Lady in the South, thanks for the 5. I'm still kind of new to how this works, but will the jury be made aware of what happened? No, probably not. Mitch Star Eve, thanks for the 8. Amber was definitely the one that used her. She knew she could. Eve was in love. Like I just said, poor Bianca. She was the only good enough for the UK trial. That's true. That's true. There's a lot of people like that. So Jim, thanks for the 20 there. I know you must get this info to the hands of individuals that can reach JD. I'll tell you, I'll say it this way. I have sources. I will make sure that any info that is pertinent, it will go out to sources that in the trial, you're going to hear a claim that comes up about sourcing. Again, people have asked me why Amber Heard brought me up in this trial, saying that while I was in communication with certain folks, I will never confirm or deny anything. But if somebody else brings my name up, then that's fine. I would never burn a source. If you are a source out there and you want to talk to me about anything that's involved in this case, you hit me up too. I will not burn you for it. I'll ask you if I can go, like if this story right here, let's just say, hypothetically, if the stuff we're talking about today, I wasn't allowed to discuss because it would burn you, because of your connection with somebody, I wouldn't bring that up. It helps me understand the bigger picture, and it helps me understand painting the bigger picture to all of the people that are out there, because there are a lot of people out there that are wondering what happened. And this ticks me off too. I hate the statements of mutually combative. Oh, well, these people, both of them, they were doing X, Y, and Z. We have recordings. Now, these recordings were made either secretly by Amber Heard, or they were made while the two were in communications together. She admits to doing this stuff on those things. That's been casually dismissed. When she makes admissions, for example, that I throw pots and pans, well, I only did that in defense. What? You have JD talking about, she's like, oh, well, we need to do this and that. And he's like, but you start physical fights. I gotta bounce. I gotta get out of here. I can't be involved in that. And even with that, you ever like, yeah, I know I do that. I know I do. And it's astounding to me. You have admission after admission. You have a guy saying, yo, I got to bounce when this stuff happens. That's the way I would be. You know why? Because just in the reality of it, if somebody were treating you like that as a man, after a while, you have to get away from this stuff. Because like if another man did this to you, oh my God. I'm not talking a relationship, but if as a man, I'm going to say as a heterosexual man involved in a heterosexual relationship, if a man were to come at me and do this kind of stuff, my God, I know my response would be. But to have it behind closed doors, like think about this. His sister said that when they go on trips, she had to pick up an extra room for him so he had somebody where to flee. Imagine a relationship that is that broken, that you have to get up an extra room because you love somebody. They manipulate you. See, that's the fascinating thing about a Class A manipulator. Class A manipulator, people talk about her, maybe it was sexual. It's more than sexual. People get into your head and they find your weak spots. And in some of the small moments, they make you love them. But in some of the other small moments, they make you pay for loving them. That's how a manipulator works. Yeah. I hear a lot of guys that say, oh man, she must have been great in the sack. As if that's it. The dude is a super mega monster star. Like he's at a level where he could get any woman that he wanted. It has to be more than sex. It has to be more than possession. Like for her, it was possession too. She talked about that to multiple doctors, multiple therapists. She talked about possessing him and being afraid of losing him, which is classic. You have manipulators. The further you pull away, the more, they got to get down on you. Pass. Thanks for the 2. Vast quantities of amica cream. Twin through Reaper, thanks for the 5. Just watch your video on Barlow and Heard's illegal team. Must be feeling pretty crappy. Better alert the housekeeper. It's so gross. Yeah. Mitch Star E, thanks for the 8. About the therapist. Oh, yeah, we hit that therapist statement. Yeah, for sure. And Mitch Star E, thanks for the 3. She also said that never got a word in. Yep. I mean, that was a statement there that he could not speak on his own. Like if she was there, it was just a mess. Snuggles wants a refund. Thanks for the 3. Amber is really, she was wearing amica. Again, if you like the amica cream jokes, again, I have a shirt for that. I have a cream for that and a shirt for that. Again, I think it's funny. Like somebody was pointing out on the shirts, We have a shirt for that. But you'll see, look, I left the text bar in. I thought this was hilarious because they're so goofy about it. It's arnica cream. Okay, I didn't know. I'd never heard of it. So I thought that would be funny. Just put the text there. So to be funny, I think it's like they're so dumb. They don't even know. It's just they're reading off a script, I love my arnica cream. I love it. But there's a shirt there. If you want to pick one up, all proceeds from that go to charity. Our profits from that go. I don't get all the proceeds, but if one I get, I think $100 somewhere. I'll tell you how much goes there. We'll probably buy some beds for. We have something that is the equivalent to CPS that removes kids. It's not the agency, but it's the housing that goes with it. If they need beds for the kids, one time we had 38 kids that got removed. They had no beds. So church organizations and other people, we all hopped together and got beds, got food. So that's kind of stuff to go for. You can have a good laugh and have fun with it. We also have a comic book. I haven't mentioned that the whole time. Maybe I should mention that for just a second. Let me talk about my comic 1 second, and then we'll go back to. There's a few more things I want to point out, and then I'm gonna. Oh man, we've done pretty good for the last days. Look at that. Look at that amount there too. This is our way of countering industry nonsense. I bring it up in every video. That's the only way that we counter this stupid. A company allowed this stuff to happen to JD. A company allows this stuff to happen to other people. They boost abusers. They covered up the truth. They do this kind of stuff, and they denigrate customers. They treat you like crap. Plus, they make awful products. Walk away from them. When you're walking away, though, we own the industries that are there. We own them because we built them up. Walk towards something. Walk toward what we build. We have our 3rd comic book. I'm going to put a link in the description. I'm not going to talk about it forever. Again, if you haven't checked it out, help us build alternatives to these stupid freaking companies. I'm sick of them. I want to see, if not our comic, there are other alternatives out there where they build. Replace them. I hate them. I hate their stuff. Mama Smith, thanks for the 10 there. Appreciate that. No statement, but a lot of statement. Thank you. Like I said, I don't want to spend all day talking about that there, but I'm frustrated to the point that it's not just this nonsense, but you also, you have the companies, they're paying for this too. You had Fantastic Beast drop, which you and I will talk about probably tomorrow. We'll go over what's happening there, and they deserved it. They deserve the mess. Barb Belmont, thanks for the 10. When showing Eve in her powwow, a guy in the 2nd row aisle seat crosses to Johnny's side, like he hears something, moves, then seems to have something up to his face, pointed at Amber's team. Well, there are people in there that are supporters of JD, for sure. There are good people that are in there. There are people... I know firsthand from dealing with certain folks, that went as, you've seen some of the names that are out there. I know firsthand from some of them that they're good people. Other ones I've heard great stories about. Again, this stuff too, if all you see in this trial is celebrity, like that always drives me crazy. If all you see here is celebrity, or there's some people that have brought up political statement. JD brought up a political statement once. It was anti-Orange Man. If that's all you see in this, really, what should really stick out to you if you saw that statement and it speaks wills? Well, one thing you should take from that is the fact that despite the fact that somebody is on another side of a political aisle, they still wanted to weaponize Orange Man bad. And, that's not a statement about Orange Man either. That's a statement about, look at who these people are. Like, let me show you this. A lot of people have now, we're going to have these introduced to the courtroom well enough. But the ACLU letters are beastly. They're horrible because, Yellow Flash and I have talked about the reality behind things. But look, this is, Again, when I talk about this, I'm not talking about politics in it. I don't care how you vote. I don't give a crap how you vote. I hate all political parties. Many of you are overseas. This doesn't even amount to anything to you. You don't care about U.S. politics. If you do, you do you. You vote however you want. I don't care. Or don't vote. I don't care. I don't care. It doesn't make you a lesser person in my mind. But when you see this, and again, I've redacted certain words because I use this as part of my my video stuff. It got so bad covering this for a while that I couldn't even put up Amber Heard's name on the screen without it getting demonetized and throttled. I had to redact her name from documents. That's why I call her in videos that certain Aquaman starlet. Or I'll call her the person that shall not be named, or, something like that, because it wasn't a joke. Like, you couldn't even talk about this subject. But here, you could see, like, they're writing. This is the ACLU writing. They're telling you, I want thoughts here on doing an op-ed in which Amber Heard discusses new ways in which survivors of gender-based violence have been made less safe under the Trump administration and how people can take action. It could be time for, they give you the timing. They're going to pull this before Congress, as they say. They tell you Amber Heard's ambassador title, which they awarded her. She's going to be an ambassador for women. That could appear in her byline, and it could be announced. Social media promotions for the piece. So you have promotions with that. Hey, Shabaka Wookie, thanks for $2.79. Tug, do you have a discount for Amica t-shirts? Well, if you get enough Amica and you slather it on your screen, maybe it will discount it. I haven't even thought about doing a discount or anything else. I will say, like the thing with the Amica t-shirts, like I said, if any profit that comes from it, though, there's a baseline for it, and any profit, it'll be thrown into real life, actual charity use. 100% of it. So every penny that comes through there, it'll go to a good something good. It'll go local. I don't believe in giving my money to organizations that blow half of it on on overhead. Their salaries. I don't get a salary from that. I'll go and I'll buy what's needed. So, with that, maybe that'll help. I don't know. I haven't even thought about like a discount code or anything. Never even thought about it, to be honest. But anyway, her ambassador title and the op-ed, she argues that it's time to make our leaders take gender-based violence seriously. She highlights all of these things. Again, if you really want to understand what kind of problems that we face, look at the acts, the names of that. Like when JD, like say he wanted to make a claim, what's he going to be protected under? The Violence Against Women Act? It's not a Violence Against Persons Act. It's a Violence Against Women Act. That's the way the system, the reason I say that is this. Our system and our society sees men as an aggressor, and they see women as victims, and they automatically default to that. Like, that is just the societal reasoning. That's why Listen and Believe so often falls on the side of female false accusers, and they can destroy people's lives because so many people they're like, okay, that's the default position. We're going to use that. That's broken. If this guy, there's a guy, I've talked about him a few times. His name, Earl Silverman, I believe. He's the one that started all of the different organizations. He's the one that started all of the organizations to help out people. I think that transcript may have actually gone live. Let me see. Page. I'm trying to see if that transcript talking about this issue went live. If it did, like when it does, again, I'm astounded by some of the craziness I'm seeing, but we'll put all of that out there when it goes live. But you can see anyway how they want to weaponize it. These are the organizations, and so on. Then you have her bragging behind the scenes. Again, now she tried to get this lawsuit dismissed under the idea that she wasn't talking about JD. It was never about him. Well, you can see behind the scenes. And she made that point too publicly. That was part of her defense. Well, you could see NDA, non-disclosure agreement mentioned. I skirted around your marriage in the article. And then this was the early draft. 2 years ago, after I got a temporary restraining order against my then husband. That can't be about JD, right? I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. The day I left the courtroom and walked into a pack of hundreds of photographers, I didn't have a team of bodyguards. My lawyers used their own bodies to block out space for me to walk to the car. The whole way there, I heard the press yelling the same thing in one form or another. Is it true? You're making all this up. Now, the people working with her behind the scenes are like, yo, we need to cut words like marriage, divorce, and restraining order out because that makes it too easy for them to nail you. They also said they made up excuses like Depp is going to be very litigious. He's the kind of person that would sue you. No shit, he might sue you over this. You should be sued. It's a hit piece wrecking his life. Why wouldn't he sue you over it? But there are a lot of letters that come out with this too. I mean, you could see the early the early drafts. You can see, cutouts of en route to my lawyer and my therapist when my name became associated with. I mean, again, you can see all of their changes. Like there are a lot of drafts of this, and they're behind the scenes. Crazy stuff. Barbara Beard, thanks for the 2. Where do I send screenshots? Got a bunch. Send them to granular Here, I'll put it in the thing. Okay. GRANULARHEABEN. Why that address? I don't even remember why. But there's my email address. Just send them to that, if you would, please, and thank you. Shabaka Woogie, thanks for the 279. I officially own Amica and Sexy Toast. I do Amica. Yeah, Amica, if you smear it on Sexy Toast, it gets if you used instead of butter, if you smear Amica cream on there, I hear Sexy Toast gets even sexier and happy, Yeah, I don't even know why the heck have you ever done something like named something or done something, you're like, why did I name it that? I don't even remember why. It's like been a million years ago. It's so dumb. There's a couple other things that I want to show you, though, too, while I got you here, while we're talking about things, because this, again, we're talking about what's going to go on with the trial. We're going to have a bunch of witnesses that a lot of them are going to try to dance, and they're going to try to be coy. Hopefully, again, this whole case, remember, it doesn't boil down to whether or not JD is right. It matters whether or not his lawyers present it in such a way that everyone knows that he's right. So I'm hoping that when we see everything, let me pull up the list of people that are going to be involved in this, but here's the lists of witnesses. You have an army. Christian Carino will be fun. Christian Carino, they've been trying to take him out so he doesn't testify in that. Eve, thanks for the 8. The doctor allowing Amber to give him medication. She made him hang out all the time while they're on the island. Yeah, actually, here's another thing, too, that we haven't heard about yet. So while JD is trying to, he's in recovery. I don't know if any of you have ever tried to recover from substance addiction, but it's horrible. It feels like your entire body is turning against you, like you're turning inside out. I mean, it's just horrible. Your muscles defy you. You're weak because your body has been there, and especially if you've been there more than you haven't. If you've been addicted to something a lot longer than you haven't been addicted to something, if you've spent decades doing it, it's terrible. Well, JD had medication for his pain, for his discomfort, and part of the allegations against her that she was withholding his medication. She pushed her way into going with them. While he went to detox, she insisted that she had to be part of that, right? So he took her along with him. And she, in the moments there, she actually managed to, again, get a hold of his medication and withhold from him. That's horrible. Again, that's terrible. You're talking about punishment. Now, Christian Carino, though, she didn't want him speaking about anything because he knows a lot about both sides. She tried to get everything that he was saying stricken. If you look through this list, you're going to have a couple of big names that come up, which will be fascinating. Again, James Franco. James Franco is going to be fascinating. James Franco has decided that, he's kind of there with her, I suppose. But the reality is that she's going to end up dragging him through the mud because, my God, he's being there is not good. It's not good for him at all. So, James Franco, you want me to tell you why James Franco is part of this, by the way? Because James Franco is desperate to restore his image. He's desperate for it. He's out in Hollywood, and his only way in that he can think of is to link up with somebody that is throwing around accusations, which is fascinating considering James Franco himself, the way that he was taken down. He admits to sexual wrongdoing. Like he was trying to have sex with all of his students and other things while he was, their teacher, and doing a bunch of other stuff that people allege. He actually he settles it behind the scenes, but then he comes out and he's like, "Hey, it's been 3 years. Why can't I get back?" And I just find that fascinating there because he's gonna. This is him trying to get back into Hollywood. You mark my words. I bet you money that he says he witnessed things. I bet you money that he says he was just there to comfort and console, even though he brings an overnight bag with him and they're all rubbing up on each other in an elevator and stuff. I mean, you can tell. You can tell why he's there. I mean, you can absolutely tell why James Franco is there. He is there for a booty call. Because James Franco, I don't, in that kind of relationship, it's not his issue to say no either. It's her issue not to bring that to pass. But if you look here, let me pull this up for you. If you look at the footage, there's 3 minutes of video footage that they need to explain away because, well, actually, I think it's 1 minute and 50 seconds, but there's a 3-minute video that ends up coming out. So if you look at this footage, though, what's fascinating to me, I always love looking at the James Franco footage because I like to think about how they're going to try to explain this away. Like, look, so she gets in the elevator. She's like, all right, I'm going to go down there. And look how she's dressed. If you look at it, like, look at how she's dressed here. She's trying to make herself look semi-pathetic while also being revealing too, because she's just going down there in a house coat, man. I mean, look at that. Day 521. So this is the same day that she's going to talk to Elon Musk too. The same day, which I'll show you in just a second, but the same day that she's talking to Muskie behind the scenes, she's hitting up James Franco. Hey, Snuggles wants a refund. Thanks for the 5. Amber uses Amica, garlic, and gasoline as contraceptive. Gasoline. Oh, no. Didn't she try to bang some guy just after he went to work on her car, too? Yeah, that's what his name is Kalaki is his last name. Yeah. Now, look at this. I want you to look at the way that they get together here. So you have him, steps in. Now, they know that there's a camera. Like, this is done intentionally. But look, okay, so she types it in. She's going to go straight up there. Look at, she backs up to him. She's putting her ass on his crotch. Like that, she's being sexual about it. That is absolute. She's backing in, then they get up on each other. Look at that. Like hands, I can't even guess where the hands might be. Throughout all that. But he brought an overnight bag. He brought a backpack with him. I mean, look at that. I don't even know what the other stuff is. Like he has right here when he's entering, when you look at that, it looks like he has like a cup, maybe some alcohol and stuff, but he brought an entire backpack with him. Unless he's carrying around unless he has a little person in there that's going to pop out and give her some kind of medical aid, maybe slather a little amica cream on her bruises. I don't really understand how you can frame that as any other thing, because again, maybe that's what it is. Maybe he's got a bag full of amica cream. Maybe he's just going to dump it all over her. I mean, it's crazy though. But on the same day, the exact same day, she's putting in the tweets to old Rocket Man too. Like she's hitting him up behind the scenes too, and saying, "Hey, Rocket Man, here we go." And you can see that's the same day. Look, 522. So it's the day after he's out. Yeah, I mean, she's like, "You know what? I need you to lather that amica cream on." He's like, "I'm not drunk enough for this yet. That's why I brought the bottle of wine." I can imagine messing with this person. I would be scared as hell to mess with her because I would be afraid that. I mean, there's some people that would probably like her taking a crap on your bed, I suppose. I mean, there's a lot of weird stuff that goes on the internet. Hey, that's your thing, too. If that's you, you're still welcome here. I don't want to hear about your proclivities, but you are definitely welcome here. But at the same time, I mean, come on. I mean, she's taking the big nasties there. Like, look at this though. Date 522. So she's talking to Rocket Man. James Franco's there as well. See the time? Let me look. Okay, so the time here is at 3:34. Okay, when was the James Franco? Shit. James Franco is at. Oh, it's later. So James Franco is at 10:57. That's what the camera stamp says. It's at 22:57. So just hours later, after she's hitting him up, she's going to a rebound there. But she starts out with this. You can tell this isn't the beginning of a conversation we have. But for such a smart man, I would think you wouldn't need to investigate any further than the last time you text me before such radio silence commenced. So you can tell, like right there, they've had a relationship before, that she's given him the cold shoulder for whatever reason. Classic manipulation. Like I said, classic. She's playing him. And he's like, "I'm just glad you're okay. You talked about JD being violent in the past, still having keys to your apartment, so I thought something might happen." She's like, "Well, that did, but that's irrelevant." Because she's already moved on. It's irrelevant. So she's like, "Something did happen, but that's irrelevant. I've moved on. We're talking about, greener pastures." Like, that's crazy, right? She's like, "I'm already out the door. I'm already out the freaking door." Timothy Reaper thanks for the two. The Amica Dwarf. That's a new shirt, too. That's funny. Carla, thanks for the 5. How do you think... Bad Pooper will be able to explain away the police cam footage since they have witnesses? Franco and AH look so greasy. You want me to tell you how they're going to explain it away? This is going to be messed up. Like, listen to this. This is literally how they're going to explain it away. And no joke. So the body cam footage comes in with the second set of police officers, right? They're going to say that between the first and second set of officers, they cleaned up the scene. So actually, the body cam footage works to prove their point. You don't see anything because they've already fixed all the issues. Like, I'm not joking. That's going to be their defense. I'm not even kidding you. 100%. I swear to God, that is their defense. They're saying it proves what we're saying because that's crazy, right? That's some Looney Tune nonsense, right? But that is the way that they deflect, and we know that because they've already set the stage for it. Like Andy, the guy who breaks down all of the body cam footage and everything else, he broke down everything that was part of it. And he broke down, the thing you need to understand too, it's not just body cam footage. Okay, so they were relying, before there was body cam footage, I'm going to show you these real fast. So before there was body cam footage, they were relying on 5 pictures. 5 pictures were supposed to prove that JD, he went crazy and on a rampage. Well, 5 pictures inside of a place, and there were 2 pictures on the outside. Okay, so these are the 5 pictures, all right? You have a glass jar, not broken. See, it's just knocked out of sequence. Doesn't even make sense how it would be knocked there. Doesn't break, knocked over. All right? This is not broken either, because there are realtor pictures that are, let me roll down. Excuse me for rolling like that. I hate rolling and doing that to you, but at the same time, I do want to show you this. So there are realtor pictures. Actually, I'm going to open this twice. Let me open it twice, okay? So I can show you the realtor pictures without having to scroll. All right. The realtor pictures in the aftermath, they're added here. Again, this is the document by Andy. They have all of these items added again. So anything that was supposedly destroyed, like there's a wicker basket, for example, that's supposed to be destroyed. It's prominently on display, but you have all of this stuff prominently on display. Like here, for example, check this out. So, like that. That's prominently on display, right? Those are the glass bottles that we just saw. See it? It's right there. They didn't get destroyed. They're not broken. None of them. The realtor set them back up, so they didn't break anything. One of the other ones that's really telling that you see is this basket right here. You notice this is wicker. Now, wicker is either the strongest material known to man. Like, I never really realized how strong this stuff was, because it can withstand anything. Or this is a doctored scene. And the reason that I say that is because one of the other pictures that she set in there has the wicker basket firmly planted on the floor. You can see it right here. That's the same basket. It had bananas, avocados, maybe potato, not really sure, but it has them. Now, they supposedly have been hit with a magnum-sized bottle of wine. They've come crashing to the ground. All of this weight is in there with it. Nothing gets bruised, nothing's damaged, no smushed, like no avocado busted on the floor, but it didn't even damage the wicker basket. That's planted evidence. There is no way that a wicker basket lives through that. No way. Like, it gets destroyed. Now, the other items that they have like this. This is very telling, because they say this is JD where he spilled wine everywhere. But if you look at it, when they taken the picture, they moved the rug and they kept the under part of it. They kept the padding. They let the liquid get to the padding, but they didn't want to ruin their vintage rug of whatever type it was. So when they set the scene, they weren't even willing to see they're not willing to splash it on this. Like, you have all of this supposedly splashing everywhere, but none of it hits this little trolley. None of it hits the carpet, and they pick up when it starts to leak that way. They pick up the rug and let it get under the undercoat. The only thing that you actually see damage for real in their pictures is this. There is one glass. You can see that is the base of a wine glass. There's a piece of what maybe is glass here. That's it. Out of the 5 pictures that they bring you, you have wine that is spilled on the floor in 2 places. Again, it does no damage whatsoever. See that there? And even more so. So by Isaac Baruch. Remember old Isaac? The fun guy that took the stand that was really entertaining, that also sounded like the damn best friend you could ever have, right? Well, that guy, when he took the stand, he told us about something that was actually quite revealing. And that was about the 2 pictures that they're going to use to try to prove that JD spilled wine in the hallway. All right, so Isaac Baruch tells you that when he was walking into the when he was walking into the building, now he was let me just say this, first of all, he was a steel trap as far as evidence is concerned. He knew everything. Like when he was talking about stuff, he knew every detail about what people were wearing, I mean, he knew absolutely everything. Well, Isaac Baruch told you that he arrived at 9:30, give or take what, 5 minutes? I think he said, yeah, 5 minutes. I had to look real quick. Okay, so he said give or take 5 minutes. Now, why does that matter, you might ask? Well, there are two pictures that they're going to use to try to prove exterior damage. Let me show you these two pictures right here. These will come in as part of the evidence. You can see this. There's two of them, right? Now, these two have metadata. This is important. If you look at there's going to be a metadata attachment that says that this happened at 9:04 p.m. All right. Now, this is something I talk about a lot. You have Josh Drew, the guy who there's confusion over who took the pictures. Both of these people claim it, but both of them are going to actually talk themselves out of being able to take it. 9:02:20 p.m. This guy, he had left the building. He arrives back in. He goes up the elevator. And he gets out on the floor where this is supposedly at 9:02:20 p.m. So you have less than 2 minutes to take photographs. When he gets off, he goes and finds Amber Heard. He doesn't take photographs. He goes and finds Amber Heard. She is in another room. He does his, let's go to another room, da-da-da. She's on the phone to her PR publicist. Not to the police. She's called her PR people. Now, right behind them at 9:04, and now you have the police. They're entering an elevator, and they're going to exit that same elevator at 9:05:20 p.m. So you're talking 3 minutes. Now, during that 3 minutes, again, he would have had to take pictures at 9:04, right in there. So you had to take pictures. Again, they're talking to Amber Heard. They don't stop and take pictures, and the police come up right after them. So the metadata doesn't work. What it looks like happened, according to Isaac Baruch, when he walks into the scene, again, he says 9:30, maybe 9:25, he sees wine spilled on the walls. He sees puddling of wine on the carpet. Here's the picture of that, by the way, just to show you how this is setting, because this is important. Like I said, this is how a false accusation details. You can see the wine puddled into the floor? See that wine right there? Puddle. See, it's still sitting on there. Now, look at the wine on the wall, too. You notice the wine has not finished its journey downward. Now, look at how heavy some of those drops are. You can see some of them have already made contact, and they're rolling down, because you can see their weight here. A few of them are going, but they haven't finished rolling down the wall. I mean, they've just stopped, and it's a major amount of them have not done that. Now, like I said, Isaac Baruch, when he comes in, he describes the ground. It's wet. He describes this picture right here. The incident is well over an hour old by this time. The stains have not entered the carpet. They have not sucked down into it. The wine on the walls has not finished its journey down the walls. You're going to tell me that all of this stuff supposedly transpires, but at the same time, none of that's going to happen? Are you kidding me? Like your wine's not going to finish its journey down the wall? This guy, Andy, puts together one hell of a breakdown to it. Here's what Isaac Baruch had to say. On May 21st, 2016, I was out in the neighborhood. I arrived at the Eastern around 9:30 p.m., met a friend, and we proceeded up to my apartment, which is Penthouse 2, on the top floor roof. We then proceeded to round the corner of the hallway, stopped in front of Penthouse 1, because there was a large puddle of spilt wine. Puddle. You see that? Puddle. Not, there was a stain, there was a puddle. Along with splashes running down the wall. So they're still in process of running down the wall. I said to my friend something like, it looks like somebody got hammered. Probably these guys at a party, saying, Raquel Pennington and Josh Drew. The guy who supposedly was taking the pictures, but the metadata doesn't fit. So again, there's a problem. There's a big problem. The metadata on pictures, Their entire story doesn't fit. And this document, again, it tears apart their entire story. They have gone on record saying that they were not taking pictures. Again, they don't even provide time periods where they could have taken the picture. You know, when asked multiple times about where they went or how it went, they never give time for it at all. I mean, now what's crazy about it too is Amber Heard, when she's asked about where the pictures come in, she can't give you a timestamp for them. She can't tell you, you know, in her mind when all of this would have supposedly transpired. But at the same time, she's telling you when the police arrive, yes, that moment, it was both memorable and highly dramatic. So she knows everything. It's very memorable. And when she's questioned on the details, though, I don't remember exactly what happened. I don't remember exactly where I encountered officers. I don't remember the exact details of that day. So she remembers everything about that day, unless it's not beneficial. Then she remembers nothing about that day. It's astounding, isn't it? She can tell you about these moments and about the horror that supposedly happened, all of the terror that she was put through, but she can't detail that. It's astounding, isn't it? But anyway, okay, so I was talking about Rocket Man. So on the same day that James Franco is popping over to the place, it's the day after all of that supposedly transpired, you have Rocket Man texting. Again, I read those two statements for such a smart man. Well, you said that JD was violent in the past. She was like, afraid something might happen. It did, but that's irrelevant. I had the locks changed. Legal divorce, restraining order, all that. Oh, what the fuck, Rocket Man says. That's what she calls him, by the way. This is why I call him Rocket Man, because she calls him her Rocket Man. He's her Rocket Man. This is the guy that all these people are applauding like a bunch of freaking trained seals. Oh, he's going to buy Twitter. Yeah, he's going to ban every damn one of you when you don't agree with him. He's going to make sure that you at least get shadow banned if he owns that, because you know what? He doesn't want public discourse. He wants his freedom of speech. He doesn't care about your freedom of speech, because that's how most people are. Most people are okay with you being silenced as long as they're not being silenced. But he's like, what the fuck? You're okay? Is there anything I can do? I'll get you security. I'll be happy to engage 24/7 security for you if you'd like. Utterly confidential. And she's still like, all that's irrelevant to why I stopped talking to you. Again, she seems like she's really in distress, right? The day after all of this horrible stuff supposedly went on, the day after all this terrible, she's sitting here arguing with Rocket Man about why they haven't been talking. Because again, opening up that doorway, because JD, he's right out. So why not, right? Now, you also heard from people that worked at the Eastern Columbia building that Elon Musk visited so often throughout the years that he had his own key. Like, that should say something too, Yeah, he wasn't an infrequent visitor there. He basically, he lived over. He hung out. He did his own thing. He had his own key. I mean, that like I said, that's crazy, man. That's absolutely crazy. But he says, anyway, sorry for being an idiot. The radio silence, it hurt a lot. It only matters because I really like you. God, what a sad puppy. And again, you see the times here. So this is 6:12 by the time they end. 5 hours later, James Franco's over that night. Or less than 5 hours. 4 hours and change. James Franco's going to be over that night. Hence why I was so affected by your text the other night. Look, some things are hard to text. I'm here if you want to ring. Will do. So again, you can see, like, while JD is going out the door, she's playing games. She's gaming. It shows you who the person is that is sitting there doing all of this. I mean, you really get a feel for how manipulative this situation is. And the person behind that, I mean, they are ultra manipulative too. I mean, the stuff that they have done throughout the years, like if you look at the contacts with the press, if you look at the items that they've put out, yes, they have been very manipulative throughout the years. They have done some just jacked up items. Oh. Hey, give me 1 second. I will be right back. All right, I had a contact from, like I said, I get sourcing and everything else, and I had some sources reaching out with something else that again, here's the thing. You find out breadcrumbs from Warner Brothers. You find out breadcrumbs from sources in Hollywood. You find out breadcrumbs from Disney, and you put them all together, and you know what it leads back to? It leads back to a lie. It leads back to a gigantic lie, a manipulation so profound that it's like one of those movies that you can't believe really happened. You know, if I were to hear about this from somebody and not just watching it play out, I would think it's insane. Like for example, if I told you that she was so manipulative in the moment that she was willing to burn Disney and all future jobs, you might be like, "Whoa, that can't be right, can it?" But when you look at the statements, when you look at the different litigation portions, you know, that she was involved with, yeah, she goes after him so hard that she wants sanctions from Disney. She actually demands that from them. They tell you about what they did, what she wanted from them. During negotiations, it became clear that the strategy was to show Disney did not have documents showing a linkage between her public statements and his career. So to minimize damages, they did a limited search. They had no invested income or outcome in that. They don't care what happened, but they were told that's not going to be enough. They were threatened afterwards. You know, she fires her people, and they don't appreciate that. Give me 1 second. I'll make sure I hit the right one. Here it is. They're like, she pulled a classic bait and switch. Their counsel said this, then the new counsel says that. This is trivial crap. We don't want this. We're not part of it. We're not privy to this stupid. And yeah, I mean, look at how that plays out. It's crazy, isn't it? She burned that down. She burned Warner Brothers down. She burned down everything that she had going for her, all to make sure that she got her way in court. Huh. Crazy stuff, huh? Anyway, all right. Well, I think I'm going to call it a day here. It's been 4 hours. Man, we've been going for 4 hours today. Tomorrow, we're going to do something very in-depth tomorrow. We're actually... You think what we talked about here? Tomorrow afternoon, we're going to talk about all of the Barlow stuff, all in detail, not making it and breaking it. We're going to really get down that rabbit hole. And we're going to talk about some of the evidentiary stuff that we're going to see coming up in the week and more. I mean, like I said, we're going to really crawl into this, and we're really going to make sure, you know, that we know what goes on. Because I want you folks at the end of the day to understand what this thing is about. I want you to really understand what kind of manipulation is involved in this, and to understand how ugly and nasty it is. Because again, I like how, like I said, people, you know, there's people out there that are like, it's just shilling for Johnny Depp. No, like I talked about the therapist stuff. I thought the therapist sucked. I thought the therapist said some things that weren't friendly. They suck. But you know what? I've seen everything that's been provided. I've seen the therapist, for example, said that she saw a bruise on Amber Heard. She saw a picture too, but she doesn't have any proof of that. She saw it though. Really? Okay. Well, she kept pointing like it was some tiny bruise there. So she was beaten, and you know, all she has. So what's funny is She's telling me about all these occasions where there was violence, supposedly, and Johnny Depp was beating on her and stuff. But she's telling me only one incident, one singular incident had any proof to it. That's interesting, isn't it? Oh, this guy beat me within an inch of my life. He's going to murder me and on. By the way, here's one incident where I supposedly saw her. One time. Wouldn't you see that all the time if somebody was being bad? Again, to the level that we're talking about here. God. Can I leave the chat going? The chat will cut off when it cuts off. When I cut off. Snuggles wants a refund. Thanks for the 2. Amber's really Hunter Biden. Check the laptop. Yeah, I mean, I can't keep the chat going. It doesn't stay up. But there, like I said, that therapist, I found that, again, there's so many aspects of this that you can pull at, that you can mess with, that you can talk about being problems. And when you start to look at all of that, you start to see a real issue. But anyway, I'll leave this stuff up. Like I said, it was a little bit of a mess when we started out because I was trying to do this stuff live. I find out something, I was bringing it. Again, I don't have a team to break stories. I have me on a Saturday afternoon sitting down with you for a few hours trying to tell you about one of the craziest things that I've heard about in quite some time. Check this out, though. Leaving, I want to show you one other thing. I want to show you. Give me 1 second. I'm going to show you one other picture from Eve Barlow, and then I'm done. I have to delete something so I can put it in. Eve Barlow, she's going to be manipulating. Look, here's Eve Barlow. This is this person. Look, Eve Barlow's been aiming at us for a long, long time. She's been trying to take me down for a long time. A long time. She's been pointing hatred from the Amber Heard side for a long time. And again, you find out that that is not just a random occurrence. That this is Amber Heard's girlfriend. She has been doing the dirty work, flagging channels, flagging Twitters, doing all the nastiness that she can. Amber Heard's girlfriend was trying to shut all of us down. I think, like I said, that is a profound statement. But anyway, I'm going to call it a day here. I appreciate you. I'm going to play you a little sexy toast. And then I'm going to take this out the dough. Hey, Southern Take, thanks for the 5. If you go back to 507, you can see the journalists sitting behind them move to the bench across to take photos of what they're doing. 507, really, in that same video? Let me see that real quick. Oh, you people, you kill me. I gotta notice that. So 507, is that on the is that in the Ricada broadcast, right? So 507, what was the 507.26? All right, let me look. I'll check it out real fast. Takes me a minute to pull up to find the Ricada broadcast. It doesn't. What's weird is like the Ricada broadcast, right? It buries it. Like it's hard to find. Our channels are hard to find in this. Like go here. You really want to. Oh yeah, I see that. That's crazy. Check this out. So maybe there's actually some footage of this too. Okay, so check this out. It's actually a very interesting find. And let me pull down this thing instead of leaving that up for you. Give me 1 minute. Pull down the overlay. And look at this video here. I didn't even notice that before. Because that's weird. So this guy right here taking pictures. Look. Look what he's doing. He moves over. Oh, shit. Stupid freaking ad. Excuse me, but it's like, look at this ad. I'm like, dude. That's what I'm telling you. That's what YouTube does all the time. I tell it YouTube, I'm like, put an ad around 3 minutes, in there, so it does good. Make sure not to break anything. They'll put like 6 ads in my damn video. I'm like, what in the hell? Nobody's gonna watch that. Look, he moves across, and indeed, he's taking pictures of it. Oh, that's fascinating. You have a journo taking pictures in that. That's nuts. I've never seen that happen before, though. That's, like I said, that's nuts. So a journo took pictures. I wonder if we could get those pictures. Maybe we have a really high definition one. So, what do you mean, so, John Smith? And did you not catch what's going on? Oh, I'm sorry. Is Eve Barlow one of your buddies? So, and, well, you missed 3 hours of why that's important. Eve Barlow gets her ass kicked out for faking evidence. Journo roos over, probably has some high definition pictures of what's going on. So, and legendary journalist banned from the courtroom for faking evidence to get somebody removed. Why does that matter? Because it does. If you can't see that, then, you know, you're either trolling or, oh God, you know. I hope, John, I hope one day no one does this stuff to you. Anyway, we'll call it here. Appreciate you, folks. Let's sexy toast it out. Oh, that's soundless sexy toast. Let's ride our rampage out. Here we go. Here's It's tabloid TV. Well, then leave, dude. You ain't got to keep up with tabloid TV. Enjoy yourself. You know? It's tabloid TV. Man, one day, somebody put a cigarette out in your face, and let's see if you call that tabloid TV, buddy. Ugh. I bet you'd have a different opinion if it was you, wouldn't you? But anyway, I'll catch you folks later.